Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Hi, everybody. Sorry, you probably heard a brief pop around when the sub bomb started. The phantom power was off on my receiver. I forgot about that. I was probably technically passing a signal to the interface, but it was really, really quiet. Good, I'm glad you didn't. Atchinson, why? There I am. I can explain that. I won't, but I can. There will be a Mega Man marathon relatively soon. But today is Sonic. Thanks for the follow. You pressed it by mistake. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so allow me to explain. Normally, when I do my intro, I kind of like zoom onto screen, and how you do that is you zoom all the way out. You move the model down here. Then when you hit a hotkey to snap to position, it's like, wha-cha! Well, that's a little more impressive usually. Oh my god. Yeah, happy dot day afternoon. Hey there, Ray Astray. I love this song. Hey, thank you, Lithium Sulfate. Oh my god. Thank you, Kochinu, so much. How are you? Yeah, I like the Lava Reef Zone music. I don't have too many opinions on the gameplay. Hickler. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Lithium Sulfate. I have come to the conclusion that I don't really play Sonic for the gameplay, which is not to say I dislike the gameplay. It's just, even if I did, it wouldn't really matter. Hey there, Western style guy. I don't know why I said your whole name. That's really weird. Okay, this is what I mean though. This is what I mean. So you zoom all the way out on the model, and then you push it way down the bottom here, and then when you hit this button, it's like, wacha. That's how that usually works. So that's why like I couldn't even find myself after that off-screen mini dot. Yeah, the Ice Cap Zone music is good. Honestly, I think it's a lot better than the song that it's based on too. Hey Tubacabra, how are you? We're gonna be here a long time today. I don't have anywhere near as much experience. Thank you, Eltriok. I think, is there another one in there? For what? The Japanese onomatopoeia for what? Thank you, Sarah Lene. So, like, I know the, what's it really well? The Mega Man games. For the zoom in, that would be za. Probably with a small tsu at the end. Like this. Oh my god, please, Windows. There. This. You want to see the zoom in? Yeah, hang on. We'll just do this all day. No need to play video games. There. That's something. Hey, Tack. So, what was I talking about? I don't know. Sonic. We were talking about Sonic. Like... Thank you, Neo Zero. I've got $199.99 for $200. You know that one? That's a Tim and Eric joke. I was talking about Hard Times. This song's better than Hard Times. I don't dislike Hard Times, but this one's better. Hey there, K-Price. Why do you guys all assume I would be the bad guy in Sonic? Obviously, there are obvious Sonic the Hedgehog characters that are more like me. It's like Tim's House of Prizes or whatever. Hey, thank you, Maple. I like this cheer animation. He did mention that, didn't he? I didn't realize the Jetsons were like known. Like they were like a big deal regionally, right? Hang on, I gotta get another controller. Usually I do everything on original consoles today, but I don't have a way to play Sega CD games. So I have to do that on the Mister. So we're gonna be switching from the real Genesis to the Mister and then back to the real Genesis. Hey, thank you, Magic Meows. Thank you, Ren. How are you? Yeah, my model of EverDrive does not do the CD. He ain't. Sonic's gonna die today. God knows how many times. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. If I were to do like a Castlevania marathon or a Mega Man marathon, I think it would be much faster. Beat a lot of the games without dying. And then we could play like 7 or 8 games and be like, all right, that was fun, and then go home, and it would only take like 5 hours. If this is under like 8 hours for these 6 games and under like 5 game overs, I'll be surprised. Boom, boom, boom. Hi, Megami. Oh my gosh, thank you, Ren. I've got 249. I've got 318.67. I was mid-sentence and the total changed. Thank you so much, Ryan. I've got 318.67 for $300. The Knuckles theme in the percussion for this. Listen. Hey, iPompous, I'm glad things are calming down. Thank you, Broken Quest. No alert sounds today. They shouldn't be muted. Hang on. I can hear them. I know why that is. Basically, it's because I reset my computer. And Windows was like, oh, you wanted to change all your sound settings, right? Windows is a piece of garbage. You ever notice that? Yeah, I could get by with Linux, probably. Thank you, Be Nice to Dot Day. Did you guys hear that one, I'm guessing? Audio stuff is worse on Linux. Yeah, I'm not surprised, actually. That tracks with my own experience using Linux. Yeah, 27 days of uptime. It's really not that much. Bloody streamers, PHF. Bloody streamers. Ban. Woo! Thank you, nice. Maybe, Masumi. So the thing about this is, normally, after these dot day afternoons, I have a little bit of money left over, and that's not going to be the case from now on. Because as of today, or yesterday, I suppose, my rent has doubled. A good Zatsudan. You think it's going to be a Zatsudan today? Whoa! You spooked me, Fire Mountain. You got me to make like an elephant noise. Get a cat to pay half the rent? No. It hasn't doubled. Okay, so the landlord did not double the rent. My roommate moved out. So it used to be that we split $1,100 two ways. So the little buffer above that for the fundraising is basically to cover my health insurance and also the fees that the payment processor takes out. So now it's $1,100 and it's all on me. So I don't know that there's gonna be any SCEV money before my new paycheck or new day job starts giving me paychecks, which I think is gonna happen at the end of May. Could be wrong. The first time ever that it wasn't a landlord moment. Yeah, actually, because I renewed the lease, he said I was gonna bump the rent up to $1,250, but he's like, you're losing your roommate, so we're just gonna leave it at $1,100, and if you get a roommate, then we'll turn the rent up. So he's actually like, you know, it could have been worse. Put it that way. But I knew this was coming. This is why I got that day job. I don't think it really matters too much, Runa, honestly. You know why I did that? Did you notice that both of these songs include Entrance of the Gladiators? Listen, or Entry or whatever. Stream Labs. Try Stream Elements. Deep Shock. You're supposed to use that. All right, hang on. We're at that part of the song, I think. Listen. That's Entrance of the Gladiators. The circus song. Yeah. Which Sonic game is my favorite? I have no idea. I think I like 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. No, I like 1, 2, and 3 equally. And then Knuckles is fine. Hey, thank you, Deep Shock. And then hey, thanks for the follow. Well, yeah, it's a military march originally, but you're not mentioning Spinball because it was so obvious. Yes. Right. I mean, that's why it's called Entrance of the Gladiators. We're going to play Dark Brotherhood. You are on your channel. But listen. See? They both have that. That's weird. That's weird. So anyway, today is my monthly ritual. I do it on the last Sunday of the month, unless the last Sunday of the month is like a full week, like 6 days before the end of the month. You know what I mean? I stream all day in an attempt to pay my rent. That's what we're doing today. 3D Blast game, I'm glad some people like it. That's good for them. Thank you, Be Double Nice to Dots Day. I can't find my RetroTink settings for the Mega Drive. Just a moment. I need to like put a sticker on my RetroTink that says which slot is which. Hey Skeleton, thank you. Apparently it's preset 5. Is my Mega Drive and Saturn preset. I'm trying to get my hands on a Saturn. I have like multiple friends who have been like, "Oh, I can send you a Saturn." I just have to like actually set it up. How are you, Skeleton? But I'm doing a deal soon, a little project that will call for Saturn gaming. So I don't understand how like it feels like the RetroTink's phase detection is not good. The unmarked switch. Which RetroTink do you have? Hey, Toost. 2X. Yeah, I've got a 5X. And don't really know where I was going with that. When you mentioned there was an unlabeled switch, I was like, oh, that sounds like the 2X. Hey, thank you, Adam. So anyway, I know I was just saying, oh, I'm doing this to pay my rent, and my rent's going up and everything. But as always, helping out financially is, of course, completely, optional is obvious. but I'm not really expecting it. I'm just asking. And if you don't have the money or the desire to help me pay my rent, that's fine. Because my goal, as always, is to provide, thank you, Slushy, free entertainment. The whole payment component being, optional. So, with that out of the way, it's going to be loud. Was it loud? Why is that unfortunate, Sneaker Nets? Usually I like the game audio to be... Oh my god, thank you, number of the sixes. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm seeing 6 sixes. Oh, if you update, you lose your presets. Ah, that's not as big a deal, though. Losing your OSSC presets is a pain in the ass. Anyway, usually I like really quiet game audio, but for the Sonic games, I mean, the music's so good. It's a little loud. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. I turned it down a little bit. Let's go. Do I have any Marble Garden Zone takes? No, I don't even know which one Marble Garden Zone is. Is that the one with the spinning tops in, Thank you, Skeleton. Is that the one with the spinning tops in, the Deal 3? Wasn't there a deal up here? I guess not. Hey, Owen, thank you. Do you remember where you first played Sonic? Because I do. And it's like a weird one. Hey, thank you, Neo Zero. I've got $699.99 for $725. A Kmart. I played it at a Sam's Club. Do you guys know what Sam's Club is? It's like Walmart's answer to Costco or something. I think, is Sam's Club Walmart? Like, I think that's the same company, right? Yeah. Thank you, Cyraptor Elf. I'll go grab revision 01. So, like, the deal was I think the way it went was, like, my mom was working on her PhD, and our... Jeez, thank you, B32 times nice to dot day. I believe that was the deal, is my mom was working on her PhD, and our the only computer we had at home was like a black and white Toshiba laptop, which, like, it was ancient enough that it really wouldn't suffice even for just basic word processing, you know? So they were like, we need to get a new state-of-the-art computer, which at the time, because I am very old, meant a 486. And so they were like, whoa. They were looking at all the, options at the Sam's Club. Yeah, that's it, Greffery. Doom wasn't out yet. Yeah, it was out. No, I don't know. So, you know, they were looking at the computers, which to me was boring because I was just a kid and I didn't realize the thing about computers is you can play games on them. They're not just for writing your dissertation. Dude, I need to continue, please. There we go. I don't care about the Chaos Emeralds at all, but I don't feel comfortable doing Sonic the Hedgehog without at least continue. I don't really remember the last time I game overed this game, but it's been a long time since I played it, so that day could be today. It wasn't out yet. What do you mean Doom wasn't out yet, Sneaker Nets? You don't know when I was shopping for computers. So I was bored as shit, not really realizing that us shopping for a computer, especially a brand new fast 486, was an exciting thing. So I like fucked off to the... Is this the level where if you jump to the left, there's shit? Oh my god, but it's like a difficult jump. What Sonics am I planning to play? 1, 2, CD, 3, and Knuckles. Right, exactly. Thank you, Navjack. Like... Yeah, Benji. It does do that. Oops. I don't really like the fast running shoes. Well, the shoes don't run. You know what I mean. It's too hard to control my boy. The crazy thing is this is the worst one. I don't know. It's definitely different. So anyway, they had like a Sega, they had like a Genesis display model. I've never known how to get up here. There is a way. Oh, maybe you need those shoes, actually. The ones I don't like, because then I can't control my boy. That sounds plausible. And that was the first time I played Sonic. And I specifically remember being... Hey, thank you, Maxed Out EX. How are you? I specifically remember being impressed by the like Twitter fun fact thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a trend on social media of like, whoa, you gotta get in the ring, Sonic. You need to continue. You need to continue. There we go. Thank you, Yomidian. Where it's like, oh, there's a trend among people who I think are like just barely old enough to remember CRTs, of like being in love with this like CRT aesthetic, you know? You stop that, Sheriff. You that found the goal. Oh, Sonic. You buffoon. It's not me, it's Sonic. And so you got accounts with names like CRT Pixels. retro CRT gaming and stuff like that. And they like post like photos taken of like CRTs that, you know, back in the 90s would have cost like $100,000 and were meant for TV stations. And the sort of like a thesis of this movement is that CRTs are like magic. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Oh my god. I almost fell in the pit because I was looking at the alerts. Plus, I got to take a drink. That a CRT is like a magic box that turns like 240p pixel art into HD art, you know. And thank you, Yomidian. And and also like every pixel artist 100% took both the pixel aspect and like the color bleeding and blending of their target display into account, which there's so much evidence to the counter or to the contrary. I thought you died if you ran on the spikes when you were invincible. I guess that's just for post-hit invincibility or something. Anyway, so those accounts drive me a little nuts. But they like to post, check out this waterfall in Sonic the Hedgehog. Look how on a CRT, it looks like there's a little rainbow because of how, you know, RF out works. Yeah, luckiest mage, exactly. Agreed. And it's a really cool effect. I assume everyone is familiar with this, but because the waterfalls in Sonic, I almost ran into the spiky guy, in Sonic the Hedgehog are just an even odd pattern of vertical lines. I think it's the first time I've gotten hit. So that's a good sign. Okay, didn't really mean to go this way, but you play the hand you're dealt, I suppose. It does create a, like, rainbow shimmer effect, and it looks really cool. And I specifically remember being impressed by this when we were shopping for a computer and I was playing the, like, Genesis demo unit. Anyway, big fan of CRTs. That's not really the point. It's just the Twitter CRT fetish stuff is a little like, you get that? That's what it is. It's like a little inaccurate or something, you know. Woo! Yeah, well, we all know that the measure of a work of art's quality is how many colors it's got. Like, some pixel artists obviously took composite blending into account, and some very obviously didn't. You should, if you look at the slime sprite, I almost died, in Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior 1, that thing completely does not make sense on RF out. Composite, it's fine, but it's because it's like a blue, or a red smile on a blue bod. Blue little blob. Red bleeds like crazy on those kinds of outputs. That's really funny, user Mario64. For the Dragon Quest 1 slime specifically, don't you dare! You fucking weren't supposed to fall into the goal! He wasn't supposed to do that. The smile looks like it's under the slime's chin on RF. Like, when I saw later Dragon Quest games, I was like, oh, they added a little smile to the slime. I didn't realize it was supposed to look that way all along. Because the sprite in Dragon Quest 1 just does not make sense on the TV and, like, video, the target display and, like, video output that the game was designed for. Yeah. I'm glad we're all in agreement that that was Sonic. What's up here? Oi! I see. Anyway, it's food for thought. These games still look fucking better on CRTs, but I'm definitely over the cult of, like, composite blending and everything. You'll hear people. I think I was trying to say heal peeper, which is what an ophthalmologist does. You'll hear people like, do I feel Sonic looks too angry in Sonic 2? Nah, I don't think so. We'll see when I get there, I guess. Which we never will, because I'm like, dumb! Because I'm running around looking for secrets and stuff. Oh, Cyraptor, you have no idea who you're arguing with. Pretty sure she means the box art or the title screen art. No one in the world knows more about Sonic than Sarlene. Just to nip that in the bud. I got the special secret jump. So, goddamn, we're all almost at 8:25. I do. I know the claim I'm making, but you have to trust me on this. Why? Anyway, you know it's out of hand when people are complaining that, like, arcade games look wrong without composite blending, which is something I've heard a couple times, because arcade games didn't have composite blending in the arcade, because arcade cabinets have always used RGB. Yes, Snapjack. Getting the pixel aspect and the oddball refresh rates. That's the beauty of CRTs. Not so much them being like blurry pieces of shit. I just named the goddamn animals. Why? Thank you, lithium sulfate. Oh my god, that's it. Oh my god, there's stuff. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. It's really difficult to play Sonic the Hedgehog when you're looking elsewhere. My points! My points. I like those points. That's how you win the score attack tournament. Why? This is gonna end well. Oh, it did. Thank you, Napjack. Nothing over there. Oh, that was close. Nothing over here. Hey there, I Heart Cats 0 or O. Can't tell. Hey, thank you, Leonard. How are you? Thanks for the raid. Thank you, not the points. Yeah. Any like CRT simulation filter really doesn't look right on 1080p, which is what I play on, so. But I am in the filters are fine camp personally. Hey Marigold, how are you? Thanks for the shout out, mods. What were you up to, Leonard? Hell yeah, I Heart Cats. Happy birthday. There's a certain school of thought that like it's never going to be a perfect simulation of how a CRT looks, so it's pointless to try. But that's not how I feel. Thank you, DCD. Enjoy your emotes, I Heart Cats. Hey, Kane, how are you? A simple smoothing filter? Yeah. How does this work? Yeah, there you go. Me. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Enjoy your emotes, Leonard. Me personally, Ongaga. No. I like super sharp pixels. And I always did back in the day too. This is the, nah, I'm not. I've already missed so many emeralds. It would be too difficult. Plus I'm doing 6 games today or 5 games or something. So, hey, thank you, Sarduce. Enjoy your emotes. Marigold! Back in the day, this is like the nerdiest story I've ever told, and I've told it more than once. So, if you know this one, you can tune out, go to the kitchen or something. When I was a kid, ages ago, I was really into anime, and I wanted to make fan subs the way that people made fan subs in like. Am I still into anime? Not really, actually. Thank you, Monday. How are you? It's not that I dislike anime. It's that I got a job in the manga business as a translator, and it makes it feel a little bit like work to read manga and watch anime and stuff. God, there's so much shit going on. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Enjoy your emotes, G-Pool. So, I wanted to get into making and distributing fan subs, which I didn't speak Japanese, so I don't really know where this impulse came from. But I was like, so how do you do this? And the answer was you would get an NTSC Amiga. The only thing you need an NTSC Amiga for, really. And use this thing called a video toaster to, like, display subtitles over your anime laser discs that you would import from Japan. And then you would record all that to SVHS and then record, like, dub those masters to VHS. Hey, Chromo Gaia. And SVHS players used S-video cables. You know, they could. In fact, you will hear people call those SVHS cables sometimes. God, because they were like much higher quality than VHS tapes. I don't know about this. Is there just not a comfortable like sampling phase setting for... Something has a little bit of pixel bleed regardless. We'll go with 3 of 5. Yeah, I know, Sonic. I'm telling a story, Sonic. Settle your ass down. So I was like, oh, can you play video games on S-video cables? And you could. I think it's like basically a future-proofing measure. Like the Super NES actually supported S-video until the SNES Mini, which removed that. Remember when I got squished by the thing? Yeah, tons of stuff. Way more consoles output S-video than you think. So I would play everything on S-video. When I could, obviously for like the NES that wasn't an option. This just looked so much better than composite. No, Sneaker Nets, I don't. I love Sonic music. Squish count at 1, yeah. There we go. I knew there was something to deal with this. Or to do with this deal. To deal with this do, I think is what I was starting to say. Your deal with the do. Yeah, this song is great. So, Sonic music. Sonic 1 music. Obviously extremely good, right? Why? There we go. Up on. Up on CPU. Okay. Yeah, actually that's true, Sheriff. And that was what drove like purchases of new CRTs, is you were always trying to find a less fuzzy set. Which, boy, it sounds quaint to call a television a set these days. I think that's what drove like the popularity of the Sony Trinitron line, for example. Because they have the Shadow Mask. Or whatever. And fucking shit! They have the Shadow Mask or whatever, and just look a lot better than every other CRT did until, you know, the patent expired or whatever. Which was after, like, HDTVs anyway. That is true. Words can mean all kinds of stuff. Is there something down here? No. Well, you know, worth a try. Yeah, I have a little Trinitron somewhere. I guess PVMs are Trinitrons too, right? So I've got like 4 Trinitrons. Oh my god. You could spell it out with rings with the debug code, right? You wouldn't be able to write it like using the words in the background though, I suppose. Oh, that's funny. I don't use my CRT either. I have, among other things, I have a bad back. So CRTs being so heavy is like a pretty meaningful issue for me. Like, I definitely prefer CRTs, but I used them before because it was difficult to get to convert retro consoles to HDMI with anything less than 3 frames of lag. Like the frame meister, I think, is estimated to have about 3 frames of lag, for example. And of course, that thing was hundreds of dollars anyway. You think these will ever line up, these cycles? Yes. So the reason I put up with CRTs, not just because they look so good, but because I hate latency. And then when the OSSC came out, and it was like almost lagless line doubling, you know? I was like, all right, I'm not dealing with these things again. OLEDs have image retention problems, right? I always tell myself if I ever get rich, I'm gonna get an OLED for retro gaming, but I don't know. Oh my gosh, I just want that shield. I think it would be lovely if I had a shield game. I would like a shield. Okay. Okay. Well, it's happening, I guess. There we go. They don't as much as they used to, yeah. My concern is that I would like leave the OLED on and then it would have the like Castlevania for enemy player or whatever HUD displayed at all times. I'm OLED. Why I hate Ogre Battle. I'm not explaining this. Never played Ogre Battle. Oh, okay. Whoa. I always thought these guys were like imposter Sonic the Hedgehogs. Are they not? What are these things? Thanks, Anonymous Skipter. I can't get up there. Who are you, dumb? Not you, me. Yeah, they are expensive. Designed after armadillos, I see. Whoa. The Philippine. Yeah, that sounds right, Cyraptor. I really need another continue, dude. I mean, I probably don't, but it would suck to run out of continues on the first game. I have no idea. I think they knew that those letters would be great for virality. Online virality in 30 years. Why? Don't you dare speed up. Don't you dare speed up. 8 times. Counting. Okay. That was the main objective. You can't get 1-ups in these bonus stages even if you get 100 rings, right? Or can you? No! Okay. I know where that goal is. Yeah, not only are these stages weird looking, they control kind of messed up. And it's like, I believe confirmed that they wanted the jumps to work like they do in the normal stages in this, and they like couldn't figure that out. You have way less control in the air than you would think. You're supposed to be able to like short hop and like jump really high and stuff. And yeah, that just doesn't work at all. Cyraptor is correct. They wanted it to work, and instead of working, it doesn't. I wonder if I needed to bounce on the monitor to get up here. I bet I did. Ah, whatever. Woo! That happens a lot in Sonic 1, huh? Where you approach a dead end and then all of a sudden something hits you. Oh, I'm dead, right? No, we're good. There's one in Labyrinth Zone or whatever that I always get hit by. It's like a swinging, like, spiky guy right next to an invincibility pickup or something. Hey Loki, how are you? So, I don't remember what I was saying. That's not a 1-5, that's a 1. Whoops. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Here's my take, all right? I believe we know for a fact. Thank you for the follow. Required username 1. I believe we know for a fact that the last level they made in Sonic 1 is whichever hill zone it is. I think it's green in this, right? And then Emerald is Sonic 2. Which is like the level that's like all about going fast and having fun. You know? I feel like they were maybe initially just making like a mascot platformer for the Genesis. And, you know, implemented all these like slopes and all this like complicated momentum to take advantage of the hardware compared to, you know, the Master System and the NES and everything. Hey Shortwings, how are you? That's my guess, right? And it was as they were developing that they were like, man, it is really fun to just go fast as shit in this game. So they like really played that up both in Green Hill Zone and in the marketing. That's my guess. I have a pet peeve about Sonic discourse, which that's how you know you really got to get offline. When you have opinions about how strangers on the internet talk about Sonic the Hedgehog, it's like, maybe I should go. But anyway, like I think a lot of the games that I love have been canonized, right? They're like the objectively good games. Like, this is not how I feel. This is how internet strawmen I've chosen to get mad at feel, for the record. But isn't there a little, like, snack at the end of this pit? But it's like Mega Man and Castlevania have been canonized as the retro games that have aged well. And then everything else is like, well, retro games were fun back then, but they're objectively bad, and I want that snack. There better be a snack down here, not just a... There wasn't a snack. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Yeah, I hate when people say that, right? But Sonic is one of... Maybe there's a snack down here. Nope. Up high? Oh, I can't get up there. But the games that quote unquote aged well are mostly on Nintendo systems, I've noticed. And they're by Capcom, Konami, and Nintendo. And Sonic has all this, oh, it was actually never good. Kind of asinine shit. Characterizes the way people talk about it. And a common thing that people say is that Sonic is bad because it wants you to go fast, but then it punishes you for going fast. And here's what I don't like about that. Fuck my life. I don't think it's just YouTubers though. Oh, hey, there's snacks back here. That's something. It's not 2.5. You don't get that 0.5. You take that shit back. But here's my complaint with that whole thing, right? Does it make any sense to say that a game wants you to do something and then claim that it directly punishes you for doing that thing? That doesn't make sense, right? Like, it's on its face. That's like if I played Mario, and in Mario you jump on the enemies, right? And because Mega Man has the same, like, camera angle as Mario, we're talking old Mario, jumping on the enemies and going, this is stupid, this game wants you to jump on the enemies, but then they just hurt you. And that's what I'm saying, Murphigator, is it's like people are looking at the marketing, which is all about going fast. And, you know, I mean, the character's name is Sonic, right? It's not like this is a completely unreasonable thing, right? But then they play the games like, oh yeah, I should just be able to run constantly and have a good time. And it's like, well, I don't know. The game's got like multiple levels, like this one and that other one. It's like Ruins, Marble Zone or something, I don't remember. Hey, thanks for the follow. That are designed to slow you down. There's a lot of like waiting on timed platforms. I don't understand this notion that Sonic wants you to go fast. Sega of America wanted you to go fast because it looked awesome. Sorry, I'm stretching. Yeah, not rock. That's pretty common. Yeah, it's a platformer with pinball physics. Looking at Sonic commercials from Japan? No, I don't think we can, because I'm pretty sure like one of their goals in making the Sonic franchise was selling more Genesis than Mega Drives. Oh, don't do that. Don't do what I just did. Whoa, oh my god. Well, I hope you have some extra lives, 8 lives. Well, I suppose given the username, not too implausible. Give me those. I love that sound effect. I didn't realize these dudes like could face backwards. You have to cross them up before they land, I guess. It's genuinely not limited to like people who like, or to YouTubers or to like Nintendo people. So YouTubers are just highly visible by virtue of, you know, uploading tons of our, you know, videos. Whoop. I need to get on the deal. Why? There we go. Oh. You know, in the circles I tend to run in, it feels like everybody is an aspiring like games journalist, which is cool, right? Because you learn a lot by being analytical about the things that you enjoy and like honing that craft. But there's also a certain combative mode that people default to when they're talking about their hobbies, where it's really important that other people be wrong. More important than you yourself being right, even. And I think a lot of the most insufferable words written about game design are from aspiring games journalists who really want other people to be wrong. Here's why you're wrong about insert game here. Not that I'm not guilty of that. You heard me go on about like Dark Souls lore people and how I think it's like a silly way to think about fiction. Doesn't do the games a service either. Oh, huh. I don't think I knew that the water like went down to your guy here. Well, that's cool. This kills you if you wait on it long enough, I'm pretty sure. No, thinking of a different room. Why can't you just talk to the demons in Doom? Yeah, people definitely have Venom or Sonic specifically. Damn, that would have been cool if they put a surprise up there. Especially if it had been like a spike ball and I got hit. Oh! Hey there, Alilac. Yeah, it's a good fireball noise. Okay. Anyway, I don't get it. For me personally, it's never been that important that the people whose viewpoints don't align with mine be wrong, you know? Is it still April 1st? Huh? Why? It's not. Well, sure, but there's a difference between, like, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. You know what I mean? You have to have some kind of tolerance for, like, the things you care about not really having an objective truth. You know? A lot of people approach arts and pop culture and everything this way. But video games are so like inherently consumerist, I think, that alright. Alright, I didn't need a bubble. Who needs a fucking bubble, huh? Not me. I think it like sort of encourages that kind of thinking. Because I mean, I don't know, if you were around in the 90s, you remember, right? Like, the console that your parents bought for you could kind of become an element of your identity. And frankly, I don't think it's that common to just completely get over that. This is the one that hits me hard. Yeah, it just does. Like, oh, you want me to deconstruct why this thing that obviously sucks? There's one that really bugs me when people say it, which is like, well, it's fine to like bad games, bad anime, and bad TV. You just have to admit that they're bad. And it's like, I don't fucking have to do that. Who the hell are you? Like, who made you the arbiter of all opinions? I think that's really funny. That bubble is there. And like 80% of the time I grab it. It changes. It like stalls you in air long enough that you get hit. Wait. Wouldn't that have been a squoosh if that had happened? Pretty sure. God damn, I'm still on Act 2, huh? That's Labyrinth Zone for you. I mean, you know, Navjack, if you weren't into consoles, you were probably legitimately spared some kind of like consumerist conditioning that I think a lot of American kids endured. I mean, like, I don't mean to like overstate that. I was on the internet at the time. I was like a precocious little shit on like Gopher and mods and stuff. So I am aware that did go both ways, but like 486s didn't have like a marketing behind them. Whoops. Designed to like make you feel like a member of a special club. You know, the same way that Sega and Nintendo did. Anyway, all I'm saying is, I don't think the game that repeatedly hits you for picking up too much speed wants you to go fast. That's how I got started on all this shit. I've just been rambling. There we go. Do I think he has blue feet? I don't know, but I did choose a very bad time to look at chat. I know that much for sure. This is the level where, like, there's one place where you can fall and it takes like another several minutes to beat the level if you do that. It's like right here, isn't it? Like, you don't want to fall down here, I'm pretty sure. It would be the ultimate prank if you did want to fall here, because it's much easier to fall than stay up. We'll see, I suppose. Does he shave his arm? Ugh. I'm not saying that everybody that hates Sonic does it because evil marketing executives convince them to hate it. Whoops. I used to hate Sonic. So... thank you, Anonymous Gifter. No, Neo Zero. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Yes, Cyraptor. Evil marketing accidentally made me like Sonic, which is good. Oh my god, yeah. I remember, like, witnessing people arguing over console specs during that generation and, like, kind of being like, who cares, man? Like... Just play Mario 64. It's right there. It's fun. You can play it. You know? Why? Mario and me, here's the deal with that. I really wanted that shield. I don't understand how to get it. I got it the first time. I like the very first Super Mario Brothers a lot. Because I think with time I have grown fond of, like, classic games that it feels like everyone's played 100,000 times. It's an absence makes the heart grow fonder deal, I believe. Because I went so long without playing, like, the original Super Mario Brothers or the original Mega Man or Sonic 1. Because I'd already played them. What I thought, you know, what felt to me like too many times, but in actuality was like, you know, 3 times ever. Like, the sequels all felt so much better, you know? And I've been enjoying revisiting some games that I wrote off as, like, you know, landmark games and, like, beloved classics for a reason, but not something you'd want to play today. And realizing, no, I'd still like this, like, way more than I thought. But I like Mario 1 a lot. I like Mario 64 a lot. Remember how freaking hard it was for me to get past the deal here? There. And I think this is also where my, I won't say contrarian streak, it's like that. My tendency to get really into, like, maligned installments of popular series comes from, whoops. Whoop. Like revisiting Final Fantasy II with an open mind. I found that there was a lot to like in it. Whoops. Same with, like, Mega Man 1. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, I'm gonna fall on a spike, I think. No, we're good. I wonder if I was supposed to land up there. Surely I can make this jump, right? Thank you, Crazy Eights. Yeah, you just do this. What if that switch changed something up here? Did it? Hey, thank you, Shidanera. I suppose it did not. Maybe? I suppose you're programmed for etiquette and protocol. Name the movie. Yeah, I love Zelda 2. Oh my god, that's what the Switch did. That was probably on screen when I hit that button even. I just didn't notice it. You had the frame perfect soft lock. I wonder if that's really frame perfect. I've been told that it is. And just given how you do it, I could understand why it would be. But I feel like I've seen that happen to like way more people than you would think if it was a true frame perfect deal. Well, this might be where you really don't want to fall. Really. Beloved mascot Bubsy, can I be honest? I played a little bit of the Genesis Bubsy, which I'm pretty sure is like regarded as the worst of the two major versions. You know, like, isn't Bubsy on like Jaguar or something, but it's a completely different game. I've been told that if you're gonna play a version of Bubsy 1, you should change your mind, but also the Super NES version is the way to go. But I played the Genesis Bubsy and I kind of thought it was fun. So... yeah, I'm gonna be real. I think that the Mario All-Stars version of the Mario games look great. I think they look awesome. They sound great. They don't sound as good as the originals to me, but like that's fine. They don't have to. However, the gameplay does bother me because it's like really subtly changed in ways that I find surprisingly disorienting. I believe it was when I was climbing this section that we saw a graphical glitch that we thought might have been a, like a spawn of the like, canceled Badnik, like, splats or, like, digs or drills or something. Anyway, it was just one of those drill guys, but, like, with the wrong graphics. It was Probs or Mayhem. Called one of those two things. Hey, thank you, Gomi. Good morning. It's Sunday. The other games feel weird to me, and I don't know if they're any different, or if it's just weird not holding the NES controller for me. You stop that soul stuff. Does this just go up on its own, or do I have to go to the right? I think the labyrinth is fun. Oh yeah, I mentioned the Sonic 1 music, and I was like, I have a weird, like, sentimental connection to it, but then I didn't elaborate. As many are aware, I studied abroad in Japan. Oh, these aren't the angry ones. They don't spit their eggs at you. So, I'm sorry for everyone who's heard this story a million times. But, yeah, can I, like, cha and then build up a bunch of momentum? No. But the like study abroad program I did, we did homestays, so we lived with local families, you know, rather than like in a hotel or a dorm or something. Oh, why? And my first homestay, because I went to this same place a couple times, I got this, oh right, you have to hit it from the bottom. Hey, thank you, Brad. Oh my god. I stayed with a family who, like, they were, like, rich. Like, because it was a small town, right? So everyone knew each other, and it's like that was sort of their thing, was they were the rich people. And that's a lot of effort just to get 10 rings. But I'll stay up here. I feel like I wanted those 20 rings, but whatever. And the host dad in particular had a reputation for being like kind of a hard ass. Like people were sort of intimidated by him and also found him kind of annoying, you know? But of course I didn't have any of this context, right? Because I wasn't from this town. So to me, he was just the nice guy who definitely was like a little strict, and he'd give you a hard time if he felt like it, you know? But okay. I'm down here now. Whoops. But I just thought he was awesome. And he was definitely like kind of a man's man, you know? He's really into baseball, which in Japan is not too unlike, you know, being into American football in the US or football elsewhere, including in Japan. Baseball's a big deal over there. Like, he used to play and he was really good. We had a conversation once where he was like, Dot, when do you feel most happy? And I was like, I guess. And in my head, I'm like, don't say video games, don't say video games, don't say video games. I'm like, when I'm playing my guitar. And he's like, that's good. For me, it's when I'm playing baseball. That's the kind of guy he is. Very masculine, you know, very shibui. And but because I, you know, played guitar, give me that ring. We were talking about music. So I brought my guitar and I was like playing a bunch of, you know, finger style stuff. And he's like, oh my God, it sounds like Simon and Garfunkel, which it didn't, but like, you know, it definitely had more in common with Simon and Garfunkel than like with Avenged Sevenfold or something. First band that came to mind, not really sure why. And so he's like, you know, I have Simon and Garfunkel CDs. We should go drive around and listen to them. Yeah, Bay Dog, you get it. This is up in the mountains, you know. So we're driving around these like winding roads with like, you know, mirrors everywhere so you don't accidentally get into a head-on or whatever. Listening to Simon and Garfunkel, he was like, oh, we should listen to some Japanese music too. What Japanese music are you into? And like, I didn't really want to say. Thank you for gifting a sub to Simon and Garfunkel. I didn't really want to say, right? Like Asian Kung Fu generation and stuff like that. And what came out of my mouth was dreams come true. Because I'd been going through like a little dreams come true phase recently. I had a roommate who was really into Sonic and really into Mega Man and stuff too. So he like looked them up and we were like, dude, this whips ass. So I said that and his eyes lit up. He was like, you like dreams come true? And he was like, hang on. And he like went and got his CD collection. He had all of their CDs. Yeah, of course I do. I've never seen that show though, the Kuri Kuri. I like watched it once, but it was with a friend of mine who it was like his favorite thing ever. So he was like kind of looking over my shoulder the whole time to make sure I liked it. That's a horrible way to enjoy anything. So I ended up not enjoying the show at all. So anyway, point is, he had Dreams Come True in his like CD collection. And like some singers I was into, because I got very into singing like in Japan. Like Oda Kazumasa, for example. You know that guy? He was in a band called Off Course, I believe is what they were called. Bonded over TM Network. That's cool. I always get TM Network and TM Revolution mixed up, but TM Network is the good one. They're the Get Wild ones, right? And TM Revolution did that Rurouni Kenshin song that like remained the opening for way too long because like the drummer of Lark got caught with drugs or something. Anyway. So yeah, we were driving around in the mountains listening to Simon and Garfunkel and Dreams Come True and like Off Course. And then the next year I got my host family, because I went on the same program again, and my host family was like working class, you know. They made decent money, but you know, like on a cultural level, you know. The host dad was a beer guy, you know what I mean? And so was my first one, but it's different. It's different. And this is a cool boss because there are like multiple ways to do it. I always do this one though, where you hit him with the bombs. Because I never really remember how to get him to bounce you into him. Never mind, I figured it out. So my second host dad was like, so this is your second time here, right? I was like, yeah. And he's like, wait a second, I know you. You're that kid that was staying with the, you know, and I won't say their name, but the first family. And he was like, man, I feel bad for you, kid. I bet that guy gave you a hard time. And I was like, no, not at all. We went driving through the mountains and listening to Dreams Come True. And he just went like, like, because I guess this was like a really embarrassing thing, or, you know, probably the man himself didn't give a shit, right? But everyone was like, oh, well, obviously, you know, he had you listen to Enka or something, right? Nope. God, this is gonna drive me nuts. There's like a famous Japanese singer. Tokunaga Hideaki, I think. This guy. And this is what like really cracked my second host dad up about the time I spent with this other family was We were like listening to his albums, including the one he did that was like just like covers of famous love songs by female singers. And this was the funniest thing in the world to him. That this like kind of macho, kind of hard ass rich guy who everyone in town like didn't hate, but wouldn't like hang out with of their own volition. We were listening to this, you know, Japanese tenor going, I'm just a woman, fall in love, you know. This is the normalest thing in the world. This is normal to me. I don't give a shit. This is very much not what they expected. Listen, I can't hit that note, Mobius Cat. You don't need to rub it in. I have not Van Arctic. Sunny Hedgehog. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. All people are just people. That's exactly it. All right, this is the shit that kills you, right? Yeah. Scrap Brain is awesome, but I do definitely lose many lives here. So. This is Battletoads style level design here. I'm just gonna take the hit, dude. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Right idea, wrong time. That song. That People Are People song. I get that stuck in my head all the time. And it makes me so angry. Call me a freak. I love this zone. I can't believe Sonic punished. This game wants you to get squished and then it punishes you. There we go. Anyway, good memories of driving around, listening to Dreams Come True through winding mountain paths. So many buzzsaws. Dude, I could have beaten like 3 Mega Man games in the time it's taking me to beat Sonic 1. Did you know I'm gonna do a Mega Man marathon eventually? Prevents you from walking forward. I don't know how to deal with this, so I'm just gonna wait and take a hit when the shit's at my back. Or just go, I guess. Alright. There we go. That's what I thought I wanted to do. She's around. Hopefully I will have turbo for that. You remember, the Mega Man Marathon was the one that injured my thumb, possibly permanently. It's been over a year. Well, under a year. Almost a year, and it still hurts. I don't need these freaking rings. Yeah, I did. Turbo, to me, is good. I got nothing against Turbo, but for Mega Man specifically, I really do prefer the control you get from not using it. But when you're playing 7 games in a row, you shouldn't do that without Turbo. But I didn't have a Turbo controller anyway. Whoa, fire! There we go. Did you see that fire? Shit was nuts. Oh my god. Won't you dummy? Oh my god. Nope. There we go. Alright, that did something. Alright, I see it. This is the level with the like really arcane secret, right? I'm not gonna go for it, but it's cool. Like you have to get a really specific number of rings and then like double back through a really treacherous section. Am I thinking of the right level? Why? Thank you, anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to Gaming for Gamers. Uh-oh. There we go. Go for the secret? No. Oh. That secret is hard as hell, Antoine. It's cool, but it's a lot of work. You can't get hit once. Like, I would have to force a death now. You can get sent to a secret area with a ton of lives or rings or something. If you get a ton of rings, that took work. And then like go back to a teleporter earlier in the level. And like this is the only shield you get for this entire thing. And you have to navigate a bunch of sections with like zap traps and fire jets and stuff. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is where he makes the beams. Jesus, gross. I don't know what the lore is. I mean, the reason is that the game had to come out like sooner than later. I'm sure Pepsi will appreciate their emotes. Thank you. You go here, I think, after getting a ton of rings, and it sends you to a completely different place, and you just like waltz through the rest of the level, and there's nothing that can hurt you, and there's like snacks. Oh my god. There we go. You only need the one ring. Ha! That's Lord of the Rings. Oh my god, I forgot about Coke Gaming. That Coke Gaming ad had the woman that sounded like she was saying "Cokey me what?" It was... Those words are just like burned into my brain. I think this is maybe the section you have to do without getting hit or something. It's nuts. Oh yeah. Whoa. If I were to go back to, you know, when you go back to Labyrinth Zone after like the third level of this, or maybe the second or whatever. What's the thing that you have to not do? You know what I'm talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. Sonic. Oh, Sonic. Oh, Sonic. There's a thing that you really don't want to do. Like there's a place you really don't want to fall or something. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. You know, a pirate would, oh my God. A pirate would say, Koki me timbers. Dude, stop getting hit. Whoops. Boy! Whoa, fuck. Alright, we're good. What do I do? There's something you need to do here to not lose like 4 minutes. Does anybody remember? Do I go under this thing or do I need to not go under this thing? Anyone remember? Under. Got it. Down here, you're saying. I think their intent here was to reward you for doing like the more difficult thing. It's funny though, because to me, like, it's harder to not pick up too much speed there. I'd be cool if I had that ring. You ever seen that video? What if I didn't elaborate? It's like there's a Chihuahua or something. Thank you, Matt B from NYC. God. Oh my God. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I knew about that. Dispatch. Oh, Koki what? Anywho. No, you fucker. Finals owned by Wolf Team. That's true. Thank you, Matt. Glad you think so. What was I talking about? I was talking about something. Whoa! Is this a fixed pattern? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, the Chihuahua video. They like get the... I think it's a Chihuahua. It's like a really small dog. They get the camera up in its face and it goes like... like that. And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Heard. The dog is like definitely saying arf, which is unlike real dogs. That's more of a cartoon dog thing. Yeah. You get it. Grr arf. Dude. I think it would be cool if your pet dog made the silly noises that Zeromus makes as he perishes in Final Fantasy IV. A Gurzan. Maybe it's Zemus. There we go. That's Sonic 1. That took forever, dude. You can tell this is all a game to Robotnik because he let Sonic catch up. Oh no, don't catch me, Sonic. I would be so embarrassed and so owned if you caught me. Oh no, you're so much faster than me, bro. You stop that. No, I'm saying Robotnik is playing along for the sake of Sonic's self-esteem. Matt Pat. I'm just cutting stream. Matt Pat proved that Robotnik is faster than Sonic. He's not even the fastest thing in his own game. Yes, Sneakernets. I think he just wants to hang out with Sonic and play and have fun. He could actually totally whoop Sonic's ass if he wanted to, but that's not the goal. The goal is to cause enough trouble that he'll get attention. I know this Gambit well myself. Good night, Vox. She's joking, but thanks for the follow. What about me? When I want attention... Oh, right, you're supposed to spin on the deal. That makes a little more sense. When I want attention, I sink my claws into the curtains and I kind of climb them. And I go like, meow. Thank you, Hugh V. Creature. Yeah, when I want attention, I look at items that are precariously like close to the edge of the table, and I kind of like pat, 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 with my paw until they fall off. Well, that was fun. I'm not trying again. I don't care about the Chaos Emeralds. I'm like Robotnik. I just want to spend time with Sonic. You need a micro dot? I don't know. Chaos? Do you pronounce it like Chouse? Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sonic 2 came out before Sonic CD, right? Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Fourth Chouse Emerald? I see. Okay, Sonic 2 and then CD. I'm worried about Sonic CD because I have played Sonic's 1 through Knuckles many times, many ways. I've played Sonic CD exactly once. I don't remember anything about it. Chaos. Watch what my video scaler does when we let the attract mode run. It's doing a decent enough job. I could add like an imperceptible amount to the latency to make that transition seamless. That's the main reason I switched from an OSSC to a RetroTink 5X. I wanted to play Chrono Cross, which I still haven't done. I want to play Chrono Cross. Can we cancel the Sonic Marathon and just play all of Chrono Cross in one sitting? How long do you think that is? Hang on. I'm curious. Chrono Cross speedrun. According to the speedrun.com boards, the fastest English version run is 6.5 hours. Japanese version, 6 hours, 19 minutes. By Kuriya. Yeah, it's a wacky resolution. Yeah, how fast did Slouchy beat Chrono Cross? Oh, so like, I remember not liking Chrono Cross when it was new. I suspect that these days, I would enjoy it. All right, how do you get continues in this? You don't do the bonus stages, right? Oh, you trickster. Wow. I have to refund all the money raised so far. No one's gonna pay to see Chrono Cross, dude. Here's the thing about Chrono Cross, all right? When it was new, I really just wanted Chrono Trigger 2, and the game is very much not that. And I like the music, and if I like a game's music a lot, sometimes I'll put up with more than I normally would. Plus, if a game has playable characters who are just like girls in princess dresses, then I like it a lot. And it has that, so it might actually be the best game ever. You just have to have a party of like, I don't even know their names. There's Rasley. I remember Rasley. Who's the other one? Chrono Cross girl character. Stina. No. If you Google Chrono Cross girl character, it's like Stina is what Google says to you. Oh my God. This is so much work, dude. No. Who's Leah? She's a villain. I have never seen this Leah character before. This is a real character? No, it's like the villains have like three generals. Marcy. There you go. That's right. So Chrono Cross is probably great if you just play Leah, who I just now discovered exists. This is new information to me. And Marcy and Rasley. Yes, Zoa, all caps. God, I forgot about that. So this gets me a continue, right? Hey, thanks, Anonymous Gifter. Yep. It got it right. I am bad at the Sonic 2 special stages is my big problem with them. Oh my God! What happened? Thank you. Something happened just before the sub and I didn't see it. Someone donated. Thank you for donating, whoever you are. And Neo Zero, thank you for gifting a sub to Bone Miser. Chrono Cross had one section that always stuck with me. It's the Dead Sea. I thought the Dead Sea was so fucking interesting. And like, it really felt like it should have been like the denouement. And instead the game kept going on for like 14 hours after you saw it. It's like there being this corner of the game world that you can see, or that you can't really see into at any point in the game. Just kind of teasing you like, hey, there's got to be something over here. You can't get there, and then you finally do, and then what it turns out it is, which I guess I won't say in case anyone is like not familiar with Chrono Cross and planning on playing it themselves or experiencing it through iStream. I won't say what it is, but I will say that it became the basis of a story that I was writing for many years when I was like 14. And you want to know something really weird about that story? Oh my god! You want to know something really weird about that story? It had some stuff in common with like the Souls games, in that it was set in like a cursed kingdom, you know. Oh, I'm not in the right position at all. Oh well. I am my own soundboard, that's true. Ooh! I did not do that on purpose. I just missed the jump button. The weird thing about that story is, and this is what it has in common with like a Souls game, the whole land is fucked up because of the king, right? Oh shit, my gamer score. Ah, there we go. Achievement unlocked. No, the king's name was Alent with a T at the end. It's just the exact same fictional, but very close to a real name that they gave the king in Demon's Souls. And not to reveal too much about my age, but I mentioned I was like 14 when I was writing this story, so Demon's Souls wasn't out yet when I was 14. So I don't think it's like subconscious inspiration. They call that source amnesia, I think. Very common for musicians. You guys know I like music source amnesia story, right? This isn't a story about me, it's a story about a friend of a friend who I paid for a lot of singing lessons, and then he definitely gave me one and it was really exciting, and then completely ghosted me and I never got any more singing lessons, and he spent the money on something. He was a scumbag, but anyway. Hey, Chromo Gaia, thank you. Yeah, Butt Satan. I kind of think that the Souls games, we know that they were inspired by like Western RPGs, like Wizardry and stuff. I think Miyazaki has said directly that like he grew up playing a lot of like Western computer RPGs, and the Souls games were like meant to. They were inspired by like that experience of playing these games in a language he like didn't really understand all that well, so they were like extra mysterious, you know. But I think that I could see Chrono Trigger being an inspiration just because it's a really good game, and it would be difficult to make an RPG without Chrono Trigger being somewhere in the back of your head. Additionally, I kind of suspect there's a little bit of a Valkyrie profile inspiration there. Hang on, I need this. Not going full Matt Pat the entire time. Well, you heard him, Mons. I thought I hit the water button. I didn't. Wasn't there something over here yet? Yeah, icicle disaster. Oh, okay. Nah, there's stuff about the storytelling Valkyrie profile that's definitely quite similar to the Souls games. Oh, I probably should have held right there, whatever. But anywho, so I had this friend who scammed me out of a bunch of singing lesson money. If you're listening, I haven't forgotten that. This is like 90 bucks or something. Okay, I guess that counts. For some reason. But anyway, he friends with a very good friend of mine is, put those words in the right order, it's a little puzzle for you. And they would make like silly little movies, because they were from the same, like, you know, really small town. They would make silly little movies together, like on camcorders. And they had one that was, I won't say what it was called, because it's sort of doxable information. You could figure out who I'm talking about because he shows up in chat sometimes, and then place him in a specific location at a specific point in time. So we'll say that it's Wimberley is the name of the town, right? They did a silly movie called Gangs of Wimberley, where, you know, they like, I think, lit a baby carriage on fire. Oh no, thank you, Sepasai. I think they like lit a baby carriage on fire. You know, and like it had this theme that they were like, man, this song is so good. And the guy who scammed me out of the voice lesson money, he wrote the theme. And they were like, I can't shake the feeling that it's familiar though. And he's like, yeah, I know what you mean. And this friend of mine, he's a great saxophone player. Do they call that a saxophonist? He's a sax man. On the annoying parts of something awful, they would have called him a sax haver. And he was giving this kid a saxophone lesson. Oh, okay, we're good. He was giving this kid a saxophone lesson, and this kid starts playing the song, and he realizes it's the theme song to Gangs of Wimberley. Wimberley, come on! They died at the exact same time. It's kind of poetic. And he's like, wait, play that again. And the kid does it. And he's like, what is that? And then he calls his friend and he's like, Kevin, you will never guess. He's like, I found out where you got the theme song to Gangs of Wimberley. And he's like, oh, really? What is it? And he goes, it's the Israeli national anthem. That's my favorite. Oh no, you freaking traitor. That's my favorite case of source amnesia. That's what it was. Of all things. Hey, next time. Oh my god. Every time. Shoo, shoo, shoo. That's right. Oh my god. What? I swear to god, this is like the easiest boss to get killed by Tails on. This is not even close. I'm just gonna wait. Scanity, no. Do you know if you duck here, that won't hit you? For some reason. Yeah, you haven't learned from other chatters' mistakes. If you set up the mini dot ahead of time, someone will take it. Why isn't the water hurting you? If you crouch here, the projectile doesn't hit you. Yep. I tried to release down on the D-pad, but if I had, they would have been not a spin dash. I think we can all, I think you can solve the mystery of what happened to me there. Yeah, I did show the tech. You just ideally don't lose. You know? You didn't get a win. I quit. What? Yeah, I was trying to jump. I like didn't release down on the D-pad in time. So I spin dashed directly into a pit. I think you don't have a 0th life in Sonic 2, so it would have been a game over, but I mean, I quit. It doesn't count. Ah, fuck. Yes and no. Connection lost to opponent. Yeah, it hit me with empty jump throw. And I went, God damn it, I'm better than that. It's the lag. Whoop. No, quitting is... it's a form of winning. It's not a form of gaming over. Okay. I fell. Robotnik. Where are you supposed to do this? Nope. Oh, it was kind of close. Yes, thank you, Mobius Cat. All great commanders do this. I feel like I'd been playing Sonic 2 for like 10 hours, but I just played it for 3 minutes and I'm back to where I was. I guess I was like going really slow to try to get rings for continues, which I just demonstrate I definitely need. But, whoa, shit. Whoops. God, this song is really good. I don't know. I can't pick a favorite Sonic soundtrack. I think like all 4 of the Mega Drive ones I've like ever played at all. I can't really pick any of them. Any one of them above another. Maybe Sonic 1. I don't know, man. You know how to rev up to full speed? Okay. During the spin jump, or spin dash, you hit the jump button 6 times. Which, since it's Sonic, the jump button is any button. Dude, I'm hitting the jump button, man. Yeah, I always see a face there, too. There we go. Does this work? How do you get this? I give up. Fuck it. Anyway, so if you hold down and just rattle from C to A really fast twice, you get max speed. There we go. Yeah, I like doing VSAB push block. I hate VSAB push block. It's not that it's difficult, although that's a lot of it too. It's that it's random. It bugs me so much. If you want... No, guard piss is something else. If you want to guarantee that the push block is gonna work, you have to like... do this really difficult and not that intuitive sequence to guarantee you get enough button presses and end on Fierce or Roundhouse. Hate it. There we go. 2 continues. I should probably play Sonic Adventure at some point in my life. I'm not playing Sonic Adventure today, though. Vampire Savior Atchison. The guy who made a whole bunch of VSAV facts. The one that I've gone viral for on multiple accounts is the Anachorus one. He does mention guard piss in multiple facts. Anyone who like doesn't know what we're talking about is so confused. Am I viral? Well, no, because I deleted those accounts. I didn't like Twitter. I mean, I like still don't, but like, I used Twitter before VTubing, before streaming and everything. But every once in a while I would get sick of it and like, just leave the site. That's my distaste for like, bizarre discourse about didactic children's cartoons with completely misplaced priorities. It means that it's difficult for me to be on a lot of social media sites. Because I can't like see a stupid ass post like, if you like killing stalking, then, which is the name of like comic or something. I have no idea what it is. Then every Steven Universe character hates you. Like, I can't see that and not be affected by it a little bit. Like the old Lewis Black stand-up routine where he talks about like he was at a Starbucks or something and heard a girl say, if it hadn't been for that course, I never would have spent that year in college. And then it just drove him nuts for like the next 3 days trying to think about what the hell she could have possibly meant. That's like social media fiction discourse to me. And that's why I had to delete my Twitter account like multiple times. Of course, back then, oh God, I had like 1% as many followers as I do now. It would feel weird now. I'd be like, there's probably like a lot of people who would like miss me and like not know how to connect with me now if I were to leave Twitter. Yeah, this was a very difficult part of the game for me when I was a kid. I feel like within a day or two of getting Sonic 2 for Christmas, we were getting to the Oil Ocean Zone. I'm pretty sure, though, we never beat this game. Because it's like, it's not that tough, but you have finite continues. You have to go to a boss. Alright. Yeah, you have to reverse hollowing to connect with me. It is, yeah. And I don't think I ever got to the final boss. Because I like played through this recently. And I was shocked to learn that there was a level after Metropolis Zone. I'm not saying that Twitter, like, going down the shitter is a good thing. I'm just saying I didn't really enjoy using the site very much. Yeah, Sonic 2 is 4,000 years long. Yeah, I don't think I ever got past Silver Sonic, and I only ever got to Silver Sonic using Stage Select. I just remember like there's like an airship with like chickens with guns, and I got to it on stream and I was like, I know I've like heard of this level, but yeah, it's a hidden gem. That's the sound of Butt Satan signing up for Twitter. I'm sick of it. Tails killed me like 3 times. I'll wait. I'll take my time. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. These Sonic .day afternoons are always so long. Got my phone out now. I wouldn't know 8 Lives. I only have a big brother. This song is so good. You ever just spin dash to the music? Oh, there's like a hidden monster in there or something, I think. Oh, it shoots too. 3. I'll be damned. This, like, parallax effect is, like, borderline illegible to me. I'm pretty sure there's, like, something wrong with it. Okay. I will go down here, game. Not a bad idea. Gee, I wonder what could possibly go wrong with moving at double speed in this game. Oh, I think I win, right? Hell yeah. I wish I hadn't gone that way. Maybe I could still get out of the water if I backtrack. Ah! Sorry. there was a spring there and I got scared. Spring? Damn. Well, we're going this way. Oh, it turns out that shit's easy anyway. You just keep mashing down. I don't think I'll ever do a Wario dot day. I don't know any Wario games well enough to, like, beat them. That's cool that I did that. There. What an exciting little sequence that is. What about Echo? I can't imagine Echo being my kind of game. I've been thinking, like, I wonder if there are any other series marathons I can do on Dot Day, and I think the answer is no. It's really just Sonic, Mario, Mega Man, and Castlevania. Maybe, like, Ninja Gaiden, but, like, I'm gonna be real, there's only 3 of those games, and, like, it wouldn't be that... It would be really, like, unbalanced. It would be really imba. Excuse me? May I have the boss? Huh? All the Taz games, yeah, I could do a Taz marathon. I was like, well, maybe you could do like a little Kirby marathon, and I looked it up, and all those Kirby games are so long. Bubsy marathons, I thought, if I wanted just no one to watch or have any fun. It would definitely have the opposite effect, right? Like the people who hate Bubsy would show up because they've heard me go, oh, I think Bubsy's pretty fun actually, and then, you know, like 20 minutes into a 19-hour marathon, they'd be like, see? Okay. Boom, boom, doom. Boom, boom, boom. I guess the like mic is desynced, so it probably sounds like I have the worst rhythm in the world. I don't know what I did to earn that. Whoops. How are you, Sarah? There we go. Just James Bond 2. How many versions are there? I don't have to play slots. That's optional. I feel I have lost my chance at a 1-up, right? Oh, maybe not. What's up here? Oh. Oh, maybe that's how you're supposed to get those. Does there need to be like 11 rings here? I assume I'm at the end of the level, right? There are 3. So, not quite. Yeah, Sarah, it's been a tough year for me too. Just play all those. James Bond 2 is on the PS2? Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh my god, please. There we go. What if I just go for a leap of faith right here? That was kind of disappointing. Whoops. Whoop. Dope. On the Switch makes sense to me. There we go. Look at this. I'm getting so many points, dude. Yeah, shine and arrow sometimes. We've been through this. Alfred Chicken, it turns out, is good. We were lying to ourselves about it. Whoops. Just a friendly reminder that if you don't like Alfred Chicken, every Steven Universe character hates you. Oops. What does it max out at? 3 9s? We have a potential Sonic 2 kill screen coming up here if anyone's interested. Tweet that? No. Nope. I know, way better than to tweet Steven Universe. Because people will term search that. I assume no one gives a shit anymore. Hey, thank you for 50 bacon. Good username. Thanks for the raid. How are you? Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, Mario World did so much damage to platformers. Like, oh, we need to put these snake platforms in every game ever now. But it burned in the oven. What were you up to? What about Steven Universe? People don't like care about it anymore, right? Like it hasn't had a new episode in a while. It used to be like an evergreen discourse flashpoint. You ever wanted to like just get depressed about how young people think about fiction, you could just search the word Steven Universe on any social media site and be like, oh, so that's how, that's what like exposure to this corporate internet that exists in the form of like 4 websites from an early age does to your brain. I see. Strawberry shortcake is dot coded. Oh yeah, Earthbound. I've never beaten Earthbound. It's like, it's on my list eventually, but I don't play a ton of RPGs, much as I wish I would. I need water. Just a moment. I agree about Strawberry shortcake, by the way. Did you like Earthbound? Hey, Emily, how are you? Here's how I think. The Dark Souls of cartoons. Yeah, probably. That looked awesome. Does that work every time? Yeah, look at that. Oh, I thought I was at the end of the level. Oh, I am, right? Yeah. Can we have a podcast? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh! Anyway, what's the new Steven Universe? Like the new thing that there's just like incessant, impenetrable, strange discourse about. And specifically very like the stakes are very high, right? It's like if you're wrong about this cartoon, then you're like, this is like an infraction, you know? Whoops. Oh! What the hell's the Owl House? You Bluey! All animation got canceled. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Ah, nah, Velma. It seems to me like just everyone's in agreement on Velma is the thing. Why? Give me that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't get the Bluey thing. I'm glad that like adults like it because I think joy is hard to come by in this life, and anything that brings you that joy you don't question, as long as it's not like hurting someone else, I suppose. You know, if someone were like a serial killer, I wouldn't be like, well, joy is hard to come by in this life. But I genuinely, and it's actually not for lack of trying. I was like, sure, I'll watch this cartoon, and I was like, what? I kind of don't get it. It seems like a show for toddlers. And that's coming from me. Yeah, famously popular cartoon with serial killers, yeah. It's the new MLP. Yeah. You know, you're not supposed to admit this, but I thought that show was fun. But I mean, I feel that way about the old My Little Pony too. So like, I feel like I'm allowed to enjoy that. I mean, anyone's allowed to enjoy anything, right? Well, I'm not gonna. Let's not think too hard about what I'm saying, because I'm not. But let me tell you, when you're like making a cartoon for little kids, and then for some reason like a like adult fan base picks it up like kind of as an irony thing, and then that irony turns into just like genuinely enjoying it. The surest way to like ruin that thing is to play into that adult fan base, which it really felt like they did like really early on in that show's run. Oh my god. I thought this was a wall. I got really scared because I was holding right and jumping, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hit the wall. Yeah, exactly. The thing that I don't like about that, I suppose, is like... I feel that like ownership of kids' media like means more to kids than it does to adults, frankly, you know? Like... My generation, for example, we grew up with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and like actually a lot of adults thought that shit was cool too, of course. But I think I would have felt kind of robbed if it had like gotten turned into, you know, a cartoon for adults. Probably without being able to articulate why too. Yeah, the original Ninja Turtle comics are really violent. It is like genuinely amazing that they got turned into like a kid-friendly franchise. I remember like picking one of those up thinking it would be like so much fun. It's the one where Shredder dies. Are you kidding me? The camera locks once you see the sign, too. That sounds like the Bye Bye Man. When you see the sign and you hear the coins. The ESRB gave it an M, that's funny. I mean, you know, RoboCop itself is definitely not for kids. Whoop! Nope. I like walked on the lava for quite a while before it finally went. Oh, you should get hit now. Did you notice that? Is it Oil Ocean after this? Sounds right. This game is so long. I'm pretty sure I'm like legitimately making better time through it than I was through Sonic 1. Mystic Cave, might be making about the same time. I guess it's because this doesn't have so much like waiting like Sonic 1 does. Did you see how fast that thing was going? You can't blame me for getting hit by that. No human being could have reacted to that. You'd have to be a dog. Does this game have saves? Nope. That is why I never beat it when I was a child. Yeah, it does have a stage select. Like, as a kid, I don't think I ever put together that, like, a lot of the games that had stage select codes, that was probably put in place of a save system, you know? Hang on. I wouldn't mind another one-up, because I know what happens toward the end of these Sonic games, but no dice. Tails, you freaking traitor! Well, yeah, they were used for debug tools, right? But why were they left in and then, like, leaked to magazines? Because it costs a lot of money to like, put save batteries in cartridges, right? Plus, then you could, like, let kids resume their progress after the failure state, you know, the game over or whatever. But only the kids who, like, were buying magazines and stuff, you know? Whereas if you were to get, like, if you were to rent the game, you weren't likely to ever figure out, like, oh, there's a level select code. Granted, I did. Every time I rented a game, if like, I knew stuff about it from Nintendo Power, or if it had Game Genie codes, I would take advantage of that. But you know me, Sneakernets. You know I don't really believe any games are bad. You know what I mean? I was just saying I don't think Bubsy is all that bad. Which I think gets you on a watch list somewhere. Huh. Usually those are like platforms you ride on, but I guess not here. Where's the thing? There it is. I did it. Whoa! Whoa! I got scared by the enemy. These Sonic marathons are always like just total fucking clownery like this. I like kind of deliberately don't watch these games very much or play them very often so that every year we can have this experience of just like making the dumbest noises in the world and crashing into everything. 3-button asterite. Oh, right. The silo is full. The reason I prefer the 3-button controller is because of how I use any gamepad for a game where you're really only using like 1 or 2 buttons most of the time. I use my index finger on A, my middle finger on B, and my ring finger on C. What was the point of this? I sort of like want to wait these shoes out. The game took care of that for me. Boom, 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 boom. Tails! Damn it, dude. The shoe power up. Yeah, in I think especially in Sonic 1, there are a lot of secrets that either require you to have it or are way easier to find if you've got it. Plus, all right, we're good. You know, you can beat the levels pretty damn fast with the shoes. Which I think the Sonic games are one of those rare cases where, like, they did sort of have speed running in mind when they designed the game. It wouldn't have been called that, of course. You knocked that off, Kojanu. A joystick to play Genesis. I mean, that makes sense. There's a ton of arcade ports on it. This game, or this level, if you were a kid, this shit was too hard. As an adult, I kind of don't understand why I found this so difficult. I think it may have been like a stamina thing or something. Like, just by the time you get here, you've been playing video games for, if you're a kid, like 50 minutes, an hour, you know. Possible that you've gamed over once or twice. Okay. Okay, that happened. Okay. There we go. I guess this has a decent number of, like, instant kill traps if you're impatient too, right? Like, you can get crushed under the like, boom platforms, for example. 30% of your life, yeah, exactly. Those seahorse badniks are really annoying too. I remember that much. Genuinely surprised that didn't end in me taking a hit. I probably should have grabbed that checkpoint. I wasn't thinking. Hey, morning, Astrostella. Yeah, Shinon, if you're curious, I go through, I use SCART RGB for all of my consoles, and I go through a Retro Tink 5X. I had more momentum than I thought. Oh well. It was fun being on the easy path while it lasted. So. Why skip the checkpoints and bonus stages? A big part of it is because I'm planning on playing an extra game today. I've done marathons of 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles before, but I'm gonna do Sonic CD after this, so I don't want to prolong any of the games. So that's part of it. Also, you lose your coins when you start rings. They're called rings. You lose your rings when you start a bonus stage. Oh my gosh. And that means you lose your progress both toward getting the 100 ring 1-up. Okay. And also, toward earning continues, because you need to finish levels with 50 rings to earn a continue. the reward for doing all the bonus stages, of course, is that you get supersonic, but that doesn't really matter to me because I never do all of the... I never succeed at beating all the bonus stages, so that's a prize I can't really have. Go up? Can I make this platform go up? There we go. And also, Supersonic sucks anyway, and that was something. Because he trivializes most of the game. There are some sections where genuinely Supersonic moves so fucking fast that I'd rather not have him. And also, he changes the music, and you get so sick of the Supersonic music. This is actually possible to get him like during Emerald Hill Zone. There are enough rings and enough checkpoints that you can do that. And then you just spend the entire game listening to the Supersonic music. Okay. Hey, thank you, Winter. Oh my god. You like that noise I made? What's down here? Oh. That's alright. Ooh. I didn't even do that last one. That was Tails, but it was what? It was still in rhythm to the music. All right, I have a thought. All right, this zone here is why Donkey Kong Country is the way it is. So what I've heard, I've never researched this, so I have no idea if it's true, is that the deal with Donkey Kong Country was Nintendo was like, Rare, we need you to make a Sonic the Hedgehog killer. Because the Genesis is still selling. Even after the Super Nintendo's had time to mature. And so Sonic, or Donkey Kong Country, has like sort of vaguely similar graphical, or like a vaguely similar art style. Like the games look totally different, but Sonic also used like 3D rendered assets that they then, you know, turned into sprites. Why? And so I kind of wonder if they identified like all the set pieces as like the reason kids like Sonic, and you couldn't really do the loops without people going, "Oh, this is like a Sonic ripoff." But they knew they were making a Donkey Kong game, right? They were like, "Well, we could do the Oil Ocean thing, but with barrels." This cannot be the right way, right? I don't think they would make you jump up an oil slick. Okay. Yeah, and then Donkey and Diddy are kind of similar to Sonic and Tails, like, in their implementation. Interesting to think that Donkey Kong Country might be a completely... Assuming I'm right, which we should never assume. Hey, thank you, Friday. It's 2 months already. Assuming that I'm right, which is never like a very safe assumption, then I wonder what this hypothetical version of Donkey Kong Country in a world where they didn't make all these like canon sequences in this game would look like. I mean, they probably did though, right? They were probably like, oh, I like going through the loops. They wouldn't have called it a set piece. Children don't know words like that. No, children are children. That's not fair. Because you don't like Sonic either. Hey, thank you, Mars. I don't know. Do I know how to fight this boss? Is this right? Dog-like. Not true. Yeah, I read a lot in childhood. The story I heard about Donkey Kong was that they were looking for like a word that meant like kind of like dope, like nincompoop, because he was supposed to be like Bluto to Jumpman's Popeye. He was supposed to be like kind of a dumb oaf. And they figured, well, you know, the title can end with Kong, because people know that that means monkey, thanks to King Kong. But what should the first part be? And they looked up some word that means like jackass, and got ass in the dictionary. It was like, oh, you can't call him Ass Kong. So donkey is a synonym for ass, of course. This is the explanation I've heard. And I don't know if that's apocryphal, but it's amusing. So I'd like to believe that it's true. I'd like to believe that we almost lived in a world where Donkey Kong was called Ass Kong. Woo! Okay. I just can't not get hit, I guess. You ever seen the part in this level where you can get stuck bouncing off the... bouncing off the yellow guys? I think that's the first death this time. I did reset on the second boss. Oh my god, what happened? Thank you, Shaxpert. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Tails. I didn't mean it, Tails. I wasn't that upset about Chemical Plant Zone. Hey, Clavio. God, that's a good emote. Wah. How are you? The worst level in the game. I kind of like Metropolis Zone, but I will say, by the end of it, I'm like, man, I really didn't need to do a third act of this. I forget where it is. There is a section where you can get stuck bouncing off of those and you're just forced to time out, which of course takes 10 minutes. That's cool. Hey, thanks for the follow. Good name. Oh my god. I got... You know what animal, you can probably guess if you think about it. You know what animal makes just incredible noises? Tasmanian devils. What? Huh? I hit the thing. Did I like jump off of it the same frame that I landed? I think I did. Have you ever heard the noise that like a baby Tasmanian devil looks like? Which I guess is called a joey, right? It's amazing. I feel like I went the wrong way. Shaxford, thank you. Whoa! That's something I did. Oh my god, you really don't want to fall here. Oh, good job, Dot. Don't, I need someone to verify this for me. I think it was on Fang's Discord. Somebody posted a video of, like, a shoe bill, and it made, like, the wildest noise, like a machine gun. Hey, Go Tetsu. In addition to, like, oh dear. Like kind of a velociraptor screech. Do they really make that noise? That is awesome. I wish I could make that noise. Uh-oh, is this the soft lock? It is, isn't it? All right, well, we're gonna be here for a while. But I'm pretty sure you can't influence this, right? Oh, right. You can't affect your... Yeah. Your X velocity, so... All right, we're gonna be here for 5 minutes. I can forgive this. There's a time limit. They were rushed. Thank you, Emily. I think you can... I've been holding jump. Here, let's try that. I was like trying to time it at first. Yeah, so the issue is... I can't, like, no matter what I do on the D-pad, I can't affect my like, horizontal velocity. And it completely kills it when I hit this wall. So I can't get up on that ledge, no matter what I do. Unless I'm missing something, which is possible, but it's a pretty simple game. I don't know what that would be. Yeah, time for Chrono Cross. Cassowaries make terrible dinosaur noises, and also, like a dinosaur, they will kill you. There's a lot of videos on YouTube of, like, tourists encountering a cassowary on the beach. And then, like, you know, someone who's actually from there will be like, get away from that thing. Back away very slowly. Like, there's only one person who really understands the danger that the tourists are in. They're just taking pictures of the funny bird. They don't know. I was like checking my mentions and stuff. So I got nothing else going on. I thought I imagined it. I'm like kind of glad this happened. Yeah, they disembowel you. That's... Yeah, how would Tails get you out of this situation? What's going on? I can't, this is actually, it's not a soft lock because the time limit will kill you. But you have to wait for the time limit to kill you if you get stuck here. Frodo, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that probably covers my rent. It's a little difficult to say because there are like payment processing fees and stuff. But no, I really can't. The D-pad doesn't do anything here. All I can do is hold jump, which causes you to bounce higher. But I think they imagined you landing on this. The problem is that when you're in this state, if you bump into a wall, it completely kills your horizontal momentum. That shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, rent and utilities, yeah. They're double from now on. So now what? The game will kill me when the timer hits 10 minutes. Or 9:59 or something. So yeah, because my roommate moved out. Now it's not like the landlord just being arbitrarily cruel or something. Thank you, Softlock. Let's go. So yeah, you need to buffer the DI. No, there's not. This is not a state where you can, like, your feet have to touch the ground for you to get out of this. That's a good set of emotes. So I was freaking thinking about something. Oh yeah, my like whole rent situation. So dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember what I was talking about now. Oh yeah. Without going into too much detail about my personal life, because you know, I almost want to say that might be... No, that's not another part where you can soft lock. It's just that one where I was. The kitchen has been, like, basically impossible for me to use for, like, a few years. So that's changed with the new living arrangement. So compared to last month, I seriously saved something like $400. Because I'm actually pretty good in the kitchen. People find this hard to believe because I would always reference, like, you know, going to McDonald's or whatever, but it was like a logistics problem. Okay. The financial pressure created by my bills doubling is like kind of going to be temporary, or short term, I should say. It's not like all of a sudden my rent is going to go back to what it was. We cannot go to McDonald's after stream now. Yeah, not tacos, but those were some of the things I ate. I knew that that was a possibility. I don't know. I was holding out hope. Well, thank you. I've been, generally when I cook at home, my priority is to, oh my god, I'm back here. What? Why are there rings over there in the wall? Generally, my goal is to keep costs down. Oh, Tails, you're gonna set off the starfish. Hey, Tepid Snake. Hey there, Elfie Faye. How are you? Tepid Snake, thanks for the raid. What were you up to? Oh, I already set it off anyway. Okay, I can do that again, I guess. I do like Tails a lot. Hey, thank you, Asterite. I don't, guys, I don't mean to overstate the Thank you, Bill Greats invented Pay Prowl. I don't mean to overstate the financial pressure I'm in. Like, please don't feel obligated. In addition to my, like, dining expenses going down a ton with the new living arrangement, I do have a day job now. It just hasn't started paying out yet. What happened there? Huh? I fell through that platform. Huh? What's going on? That's how Sonic's going. I did actually soft lock earlier. Huh? What? Oh, I see what hit me. Was that from a starfish or what? Scroll lock. Oh, really? It looked like there was a little spike. Wasn't there? Yeah, but where was the starfish? Wee. Yeah. I just didn't see the enemy that fired the spike. Whoop. Ooh, look at that. That job will start paying out in like a couple months. It's pretty decent too. It will mostly cancel out the increased living expenses, which I'm also doing quite a bit to mitigate that by being pretty good with the crock pot and every hot crock pot. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, of course, because I wanted to focus on not just streaming, but YouTube this year. And I still think that could happen, but you know, the day job is necessarily... Thank you, number up dot. That doesn't work. Well, I guess it did though, because of the mini dot. I live somewhere affordable, honestly. This is it was like down here. I'm about to pan the camera down to it. That was where the starfish was, roughly. What's up, Invaderoid? Not much. Yeah, like, it's... I think, the, like, prepping meals for a whole week kind of lifestyle, like... It's a little more labor-intensive than people say, and it can be difficult to fit in with certain, like, work schedules, you know? When I was working at a call center, it was kind of difficult for me to stick to that sort of thing. Oh, Tails, you set off the frickin' guy. The Genesis. I have not. But working from home, it's not too difficult for me to, like, start something in the slow cooker. And then go about my day, you know? Who put that spike there? Not it. He who smelt it dealt it, Greffery. I think it was you. Oh dear. Devilish. That one ring, like, I think picked up a ton of momentum and screen wrapped or something. Be cool if this was another one of those soft locks. Nope. Oh my god. Yeah, I know that whole, like, that whole lifestyle of, like, eating nothing but protein powder and oats and, like, the occasional chicken breast. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't kind of see the appeal, but also I feel like it would get boring. Yeah, I think I would go nuts. Oh my god. We have to come up with a reason that that's the game's fault. What just happened to me? Oh, do I have to... Huh? What? Whatever. I'm not babysitting this fucking platform all day. I don't mind the texture of oatmeal. Personally. Hey, thank you, No Squid. Potatoes. Wow, there we go. Hey, thank you, Neural Fault. I almost called you Neural Fast because you said gotta go fast in your message. Do you think, you know how there's a Kamen Rider strong or stronger? What if there was a Kamen Rider faster? Okay. The Rhombus box. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I would be Kamen Rider louder. Dude. I want to continue with the game, please. Surely now I've reset the position of the deal, right? There we go. I only know about Kamen Rider Stronger because that famous clip of the guy whose English is really good. Kare ga stronger. Nara. The only Kamen Riders I like can name are the ones that had Famicom games. So like Kamen Rider Black. I think that's it. Sorry. Is that like an elephant Kamen Rider? Hey, Sarah. No, maybe, but I mean, I think it's literally just Kamen Rider Black that I've heard of. Oh, that's the way it was going. I see. There we go. Black and Black Prescription, I see. Poppin' Rider. DCD would love that, I think. The only Kamen Rider I ever watched was the one with the climax jump song. Because I was really into a girl who liked it. I don't think I... Okay. Alright, let's hope there's not a third. Are they even the main characters still, Mimi and Yami? Yeah, someone mentioned that they're really messed up. Don't you dare! I want to play poppin' music on stream, but I get the impression that rhythm games are like extremely boring to watch. They goofed up the hitboxes. Or if you're a Linux person, the hitboxing. Yeah, I love poppin' music. There's a reason that Poppin' Start is named Poppin' Start. I'm not the only one in the group who likes it. Oops. It also has good characters. It's a hard game. It's cruel of them to make a game that looks like that, like a play school toy, and is like that hard. What even hit him there? I guess Tails must have done that, right? I thought he had like a laser phase. I went through one of those in high school. I don't mind. He can kill seal me. How do you get like a million one-ups on this? It involves like spin dashing, right? I don't think that gets you any lives. Hey, thank you, Mokami. How are you? Hoo-ha-yi, hoo-ha-yi, hoo-ha-yi. No, there's a way to get a ton of one-ups on this stage by killing the enemies. It'd be cool if I had any rings. I don't know how I managed to lose every single one of them there. So far, so good, Mokami. Yeah, there's a second plane off screen. They're actually all landing on their feet. There's a bounce castle down there. So they're all having a really fun birthday party. Oh my god, I was looking at chat. Well, look at that. Hey, thank you, Fel. If you caught a sub, enjoy your emotes. How's it going, Fel? This song sucks. Every other song in Sonic 1 or 2 is great. But like this that instrument, it's not gems, I think, but it definitely sounds like it. This has to be some sort of more like advanced sound engine. Thank you, Hotski. Oh, that's cool, Fel. DualShock basement energy. Oh! Oh, old Robotnik put Crisco on the platforms again. Wily Coyote moment, yeah. Ugh. Go. What's that thing called? It's called like Clucks or something, isn't it? Okay, think about this. What if we made a buddy cop? Like a buddy cop show for furries, and we called it Waddles and Comb. Does this idea have any potential? Woo! Okay. Cause roosters, they have waddles and a comb, right? Don't they? Or some birds do. Turkeys do, I think, or something. Those would be the cops' names, and they'd be like bird cops. I don't think it'd be fun. That shortcut I just took, I had no idea that was in the game at all. By the way, where I like jumped up here and I skipped the whole like jumping through the fire jets section. That is news to me. What's over here? Nope. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. And then like, huh? What? Huh? The commissioner, Waddles and Comb, their commissioner would be like a goat. And when they needed to call the commissioner, they'd be like, "Get Commissioner Farmsworth on the horn." And it'd be like real funny, guys. Goats? Do goats have horns? Am I thinking of rams? Is a ram just a goat? What's the difference? Uh-oh. Not sure I have enough time. Oh, I know this one. You have to not touch the D-pad, right? Yeah, because holding right on the D-pad, like, limits your speed. Even if you're not in, like, the running state. Like, if you're in the state where you get flung by that thing. Yeah, yous ain't gonna get away with this. Anyway. All this stuff, copyrighted. No one's gonna... Is it still called furries if it's birds, or does that become like fluffies or something? You know what I mean? Or like featheries. Is it the same thing if it's birds? You ho ho! Sniped. All that for 10 rings. Chirpies! Yeah, anyway. This whole idea is copyright me. Yeah, you know, because they could go after criminals who flew the coop. There's so much potential. It's not good, but it's there. You know what I mean? Oh, you gotta hit the thing, dude. Do a better job than that. I don't think that's very fair, Shaxpert. Claire, you missed it. You missed it. I came up with a new show. It's a buddy cop movie. No, buddy cop cartoon. I'm not talking turkey. This is the real deal. It's called Waddles and Comb. What were you up to, Claire? Were you playing Mario World? Did I read that right? This is just like Contra Force. Maybe, yeah. I don't know, I didn't think that far ahead. Wait, talking turkey means being genuine, right? I said it backwards. I think he jumps, right? Uh-oh. Well, that wasn't right. Dude, do the... Oh, the skates again. Okay, you get 4 hits. Noted. It's weird that there's like a little phrase from Neko Funjata in that song. You notice that? If you don't know that song by name, you might know it as the song that a couple like a like little riff of or from. What the fuck am I saying? When you send garbage over in Dr. Mario, it goes like dun 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 dun. That's Neko Funjata. If you played Beat Mania, you might know it as Cat Song also, where it goes like Neko like that. See? Yeah, that one too. Okay, can I do this, I wonder? Yeah. That would have been sick. I would have loved an entire Death Egg zone. Oh, Sonic. Oh no, I'm so scared of you. I have to go into my cool robot so we can play more. I'm back. My reward for finishing Sonic 2 will be lunch. I just heated it up. But, of course, I heated it up way too much. And it needs time to cool off, which is good because this is a 12-minute boss fight the way I play it. Especially when you have to start over because you did this. Oh, it's going well. I made you a lunch, but I heated it. Get it? It's like that cat. You know, Felix. I feel like he doesn't have a hitbox as he's ascending, right? You can sneak in hits during this phase, but it's easy to take a hit. Well, I tried to spin dash. Oh, okay. Alright, I think he's gonna, like, dip down. No, I guess not. I think it fits. It's like a... an epic fight in a space station. Yeah, like if you time it well, you can hit him right when he lands. Is it the fourth step where he stops? Yeah. I came really close to getting hit there. Yeah, it's like 12 hits or something, right? Whereas normally it's 8. Yeah, okay, you do that. Should I do Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or should I do Sonic 3 and then Sonic and Knuckles? Oh, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Because Sonic and Knuckles by itself has, like, Sonic 1, Sonic 2 style continues. I like the weird boss you fight at the end of Sonic 3. And, like, the strange anticlimactic ending you get. Oh my god. That was so close. That was also close. The funny thing about Sonic 3 to me is, like, I know that from the beginning it was planned to be both halves. And, you know, the like McDonald's deal or whatever forced their hand. But to be honest, Sonic 3 felt like a complete game to me anyway. Like, this might be a hot take or whatever. I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles is way too long. Okay. Woo, close. Now for my lunch while the credits roll. Holy shit. Hazel, thank you. Hi, Boniface. Yeah, I actually like that idea. Swapping Marble Garden for Flying Battery. Thank you, Navjack. I'm having fun too. Hey there, TDX. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. To be completely transparent, I'm getting black bean soup all over my shirt at the moment, but thankfully not in my hair. It is a black shirt, yes. I thought about it because that's a weird coincidence that they brought it out. And I've been planning this Sonic Marathon for this date for 2 months. But the pace is about to slow down a lot because I'm about to play Sonic CD for the second time in my life. It's going to take forever. So I probably don't have the energy to do like a visual novel on top of the Mega Drive Sonics. No, I just want to get to credits, that's all. Thank you, Denny. Ozzy, hey, thank you. You caught me in between Sonic 2 and Sonic CD, but I've been eating about 80% of a bowl of soup, and 20% of it I've been mostly storing on the front of my shirt for later. What were you up to? Welcome to every damn day of my life, Ozzy. I'm glad you had fun. When's WrestleMania? I don't have a witty answer. That would be a really long one. Guess what? I finished eating. Anyway, if like me, you need lots of easy and cheap meals, that recipe I just posted a link to is really nice. Do I have this emote right now? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That emote I just posted, that second Klonoa emote, has the best emote code I've ever seen. Yeah, they're friends. This is going to be my first time ever hearing the Damn, do I really not have Mr. Genesis cropping? It looks like I don't. That's kind of close, right? What? How do you... Huh? What? What happened? Huh? What do you mean? I love how convenient the Mr. is. I know that this is not the most popular soundtrack, but the one time I played it, it was with the Japanese music. It was actually trying all the BIOSes, trying to load the disc in there, but there was no disc. Hey, Faust. Seems kind of quiet, is it? I just turned it up a lot. I do think this song sucks. I'll tell you that much. Better now, okay. This is actually cropped right, I'm pretty sure. That's weird. I was just guessing. Yeah, same, Nobutron. I'm pretty sure I prefer the Japanese soundtrack. But I've never, like, played the game with this one, so... Yeah. For a moment there, Sonic looked like a Magatama. Did anybody notice that? It was like one frame. Yeah, I'm not going to try to get the time stones. I just want to get to credits, basically. All right. Hello? Let me play. Where's my start button? Do I not have a start button? Hang on. This isn't me. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. There we go. This jump sound is so wild. The big thing I remember about this game, because I played the like remaster, is that it felt really empty. Like there just weren't that many enemies. And like the levels kind of felt like they were just all over the place. I wonder if it actually has appreciably like fewer enemies than the other games. Or... Hey, thank you, Fuzzy. How are you? Maybe it's just because that remaster is 16 by 9. It like felt that way, you know? Oh my god. There we go. Whoa, weird. There we go. Pass. There are Strive players in town. Are they any good? What was that? Whoa, this song is sick. I feel like I've heard like Gamma Chris use a remix of this as an intro song. It's Gamma Chris or Holly, it's one of the two. Yeah, that other soundtrack is better. I can already tell. I tried to kill this thing, but that's a friend, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the past music is the same, no kidding. You poached them from the Smash local. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be like totally new to fighting games, probably better off playing like Strive than Accent Core. Unless you like really like Accent Core, you know what I mean? No, don't go to the future. Oh. Weird that the thing pointing to the goal wasn't the goal. You know? Well, yeah, if it's just Accent Core. Is May the easiest character in that game? Maybe. Oh, the fuck? This is like illegible. Order Soul is much better in Plus R. But he's a good character in Accent Core as well, yes. I'm gonna be honest with you though. When I said Accent Core, I was thinking Plus R. It's just they're kind of the same thing in my head. How is it that these like play better on this version compared to that 16:9 one? Oops. Like genuinely, this is easier to control. Yeah, like no kidding. I never gotten a time stone in the 16:9 version. That's a good song. Yeah, Plus R is a different game. Accent Core had been out for a while. Plus R is like a pretty substantial balance change, or balance patch. You could look at it that way. Hey, thank you, Go Fast Smith. I wonder who that is. Oh, past. I've been told that the past levels are generally easier, which when you consider I'm playing 2 entire games after this, I don't mind. Oh, I think I lost it, right? Nah. And I can't hit that pass sign again, right? Whoops. Yeah, that's too bad. There are genuinely less enemies in this game, right? Than in the other Sonics, there have to be. Oh, I see. Frankly, though, this game really does feel a little less, like, empty and weird at the original aspect ratio. Oh, weird. It's an early CD game, so like the track loops weird. Ooh, I did get hit though. Hey Maple, how are you? This isn't that one. I'm using the US soundtrack. Oh, did you see that sprite? Just a sec. Boy, I'm not gonna regret taking that hit. Look at this. Ha! Look at that! I don't know. Ancient CD games just have a feel to them. You know what I mean? Oh, this is weirdly similar to the Sonic 2 final boss. Just damage boost. The boss theme sounds like that Plock boss theme. Kotetsu, oh no. Tepid Snake, thank you. Nico Nico Ni to you too. Am I correct? Did I get it right? Thank you, Tails. Oh, look at her. It's classic Amy Rose. She's gonna get abducted by this killer robot now. Hey B, how are you? You missed Sonic 1 and 2. Are you here in time for Sonic CD? What's Sonic Origins? Hey, thanks for the shout out, guys. If you guys haven't watched B before, you gotta see her text-to-speech tech. It's so cool. Well, hear. It's more of a thing you hear than a thing you see. Weird, this like runs... this is kind of uncommon for games of this vintage. But like when the game gets chugging, it like actually drops frames instead of slowing down. It seems like something Sega always like did. You wait, have you been streaming for 7 hours? Did you just raid me at the end of a 7-hour Mahjong stream? No, not Future. Oh, not Future. Oh, we're going to the future, I think. Nope. Past. All right. You're still alive. It's Gamma Chris's ending music, isn't it? The past music from the previous zone. I swear I've heard it before. Oh yeah, it's got the beta songs, right? Which Sega guy is it that like directed Sonic and did insider trading a bunch? Which one is that? That's not Suzuki Yu, right? Yeah. Nakayuchi, right? Kind of funny how he just like straight up said, "Oh yeah, I thought we used the Michael Jackson songs for Sonic 3." Thank you, Too Easy. 14 2069. Whoa. Yeah. No, Sugiyama Koichi is the Dragon Quest guy. Which is why this has more frame rate drops. Was he a real stickler about that or something? Oops. The water. Thank you, funny number no. Funny number 9. I kick-started funny number 9. Huh? Oh, I ran out of time, I guess. Wasn't even paying attention. All right. Spring. Oh, come on. I really don't like how the time travel mechanic in this is implemented, to be honest with you. It feels like something where you just kind of have to look up how to do it. I don't remember very much about this game at all, but I remember thinking that. Oh, I see. That would have been a good time to time travel. There we go. I mean, you know, it's replay value, right? Because I'm really just trying to beat the game anyway, not to get a specific ending or anything like that. Nope. Whoa, weird song. Right, hang on. This needs gabber kicks. Is that what they're called? When it goes like dum 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 dum. And you can't hear anything. It sucks. Yeah. Dum, 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 like that. That really, Hey, thank you, Altazimith. That would really spice this one up, I think. Oh dear. Oh, you lose a ton of time for going in the water. That explains it. Kind of like real life. Oh my god. I need it. Oh, I was so close. Yeah, but I got one. When I played the remaster, I didn't complete a single one of these. I think I'm on board with Sonic CD. This is gonna sound so like, wow, that's that's surprising that that hit me. This is gonna sound so like me being me, but I genuinely think part of it is I prefer playing this game at the 4:3 aspect ratio. I remember this one being kind of a pain. It takes forever to get up to Robotnik. It's weird. It feels like sometimes hitting the jump button when you're on these flippers doesn't do anything. Yes. What was that noise? You would like, yeah. Oh, almost. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, almost. Dude, it's so hard to get up there. There we go. Yeah, I don't mind the pinball boss. It's a really cool idea. I'm maybe not wild about how it's implemented, but I mean, that's fine. This soundtrack is so weird. Huh? All right. Fuck yes. To me, this is what Sonic's all about, man. Just hitting springs and going. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this song kind of sounds like the Bartman, a little bit. Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D. I opened the door. Oh my god. Do the Bartman. There we go. Oh, was I just supposed to? I see, I see. I am lost. Oh, what? Huh? Well, that was something. Yeah, it's a one-way thing. I figured it out. Whoops. Oh, all right. I accept my fate. You can't look up and down in this, can you? See that? What? Okay, I think you have to go this way. Maybe you can go up here? No. No, I need a bubble more than I need that. Thank you, game. That was pretty close. Was it James Gandolfini who took the hobbits to Isengard? No, he did a tweet about how pigs can't look up, and he wants to just like hold a pig and at night and tilt it up so it can see the stars. Yeah, that's the one. Who the hell's James Gandolfini? Did I make him up? Is he a real person? Tony Soprano. What about the other one, though? The Vincent guy? Is he a real person? Well, of course he is. But what does he do? So I guess if you have like a time travel sign prepped, you can like just go to any spot where there are two springs facing each other and time travel for free, right? The game's realistic in that way, I suppose. That doesn't do me much good. Used to be on Law and Order, now we're getting somewhere. Which Law and Order? Oh. Huh. Try whatever. Okay. Whoa. That's nuts. Okay. Hey, Calamari. Yeah, I am. I hope you are too. Can you like... whoosh? No. Uh-oh. Hey, thank you, Critic. How are you? Doesn't... I thought Gandalf took the hobbits to Isengard. Don't tell me you never thought, oh, James Gandolfini. That sounds like Gandalf. That's weird. I can't be the only one. Uh-oh. You never thought that? Damn. I bet you never thought that elevators were like robots that walked up the stairs for you, huh? And you never wondered, like, why do I never see elevators walking around? Apparently it's a freaking Mensa meeting over here. It's a common thing for kids to think. Aha! To the future. Magic staff elf? Cool. Ah, is that why? I don't know what that means. Well, the future was fun. Now to the past. Summer job. I have to know. All right. When there is a fetching robot lady written by a male robot in the world of robot literature. All right. Do they describe this robot lady as beeping boopily at everything? You ever think about that? Something I've had on my mind for a while. That feels insensitive. I'm describing myself from now on. It's because I was watching your debut. And you mentioned the other phrase, and I was like, ah, if you're a robot, that could be like beeping boop. Okay, I got something. What did that do? Yo, this zone rules. I get why people like Sonic CD, I think. Made a good future in Zone 2. So you have to do that in every zone of every act? I did go Tetsu, both of those things, actually. Whoops. Well, I'm out of time already. Oh no. I know I should turn around since all the like zips are the other way, but is that the new one? Oh, it's that one. Don't you dot me. You play at Sneaker Nets. What? What was the point of that? Oh, I see. You'll never stop me with my impenetrable shield of life-saving air. This is what I mean. Robotnik just wants to hang out with Sonic. Nostalgia critic. A fetching robot. Yes, I said it. I meant it. Hey, Amethyst. Yeah, I've only played this game once before, and I used the... No, not the future. The future sucks. I used the Japanese soundtrack that time. Okay. Oh, weird. I didn't lose the future. There we go. This song is cool. It sounds all weird. All right, I'm convinced. Sonic CD is pretty fun, I think. Hey, Kaysher, how are you? I'm playing Sonic CD. What were you up to? I love that one-up jingle. It's just them going, yeah. Gateway drug to Amiga plat. I don't know. I know what you mean, but I feel like that's the case for all Sonic games. They have a lot in common with that kind of like level design. Hey, Fruity Spruce, how are you? What was going on the Kaysher stream? Thank you, Amethyst. Alright. Well, I've officially gone in a circle. Look at Sonic. Whoops. I was looking at him. Oh yeah, yeah. What do you think about the Resident Evil remake? I mean, you like it, I guess. But I've never played the original. I've heard that they're actually like surprisingly different games. Like the controls are really quite different, and like the basic mechanics in the new one. Oh, I know how to get rid of this. Yeah, yeah, I've been thinking about it. I don't like have that much interest in it. Oh no, why? Like innately, or inherently, I should say. But I have a good friend from college and from my local fighting games team who, like, Resident Evil 4 is one of his favorite games ever made. So if a game means a lot to a friend of mine, I'll play it, like, even if it doesn't look like my thing. Yeah, when did RE4 come out? Because I think I have an explanation for that. Not that it needs one, I mean. Oh. 2005, yeah. So, 2005, I was just beginning a phase of, like, non-stop hardcore fighting games. So, I played almost no single-player games released. Really, in the PS2 or PS3 eras. I know I'm a big Dark Souls fan, but I played that years and years after it came out. Okay. You guys have spikes. Any more rings? I guess not. Well, there's one. Yeah, exactly. Amethyst. See, there's another one. Tubacabra, also an old friend of mine. Oh, those are springs, huh? I like this, like, special stage concept. I think, like, the blue rings from Sonic 3 are still my favorite bonus stage. But it's just because they're really well executed. The idea is kind of just whatever. Sonic just running around on the, like, King Kai planet. Okay. Well, it's probably, like, direct Dragon Ball inspiration, right? That's got to be what's going on with Supersonic. Oh, and the whole Chaos Emeralds thing, I guess. This is me discovering in slow motion that Sonic was inspired by Dragon Ball. Which, now that I say that out loud, I already knew that. I'm pretty sure. I missed it. Yes, Sonic is a Wukong. So, yeah, the thing about blue spheres is like, hey, thank you, Valpal, how are you? The thing about blue spheres to me is they're fine in Sonic 3. In Sonic and Knuckles, I don't like them very much. Hey, thanks for the follow. And it's not really because, like, of the blue sphere stages themselves. They're much harder, which is fine because it's the second half of Sonic 3, right? But the uh-oh. Oh, I barely managed it. The giant rings are way too hard to find in that in that half of the game. It's just absurd. I feel like they were perfect for Sonic 3, and it would have been cool if Sonic and Knuckles had had its own bonus game, honestly. Yeah, you can save Scum, I suppose, but I only ever play the Sonic games once a year, and in this exact way where I play a ton of them in a single sitting. I almost said, like, thanks for that. Whoops. Because I thought I heard a notification. Like bits or subscribing or something. Fuck, I'm gonna go to the future, huh? No, we're good. Alright. But I think that was just the noise the game made. Oh, weird. I didn't get the big ring. Did I need 50 rings, I guess? Are you talking about the one where you have to push a spring out of the way next time? I didn't want to go to the future is the thing. Oh, I hit the thing. Right. Right. I don't know. This is a neat video game. That's my take. Thank you, Sneaker Nuts. Yes. Down. Now what? Whoop. It's interesting playing like this vintage of platformer, I think. Oh gee, I wonder what you're supposed to do here. Oh, I actually don't know. Not that. Uh-oh, alright. Yeah, and working in the air when you get close. There we go. Tough boss. Like, I feel like Mario World might have been the... I need to Google a term and be sure I'm using it correctly. Just a moment. Yes, I think Mario World might have been the watershed moment where, like, it was clear, like, okay, people really want, like, exploration elements in their platformers now. I feel like post Mario World games. Is this Wacky Workbench? I wasn't even looking at the name. Oops. Oh yeah, this is the boingy one. You know what I mean. And this game would have been in development, like, basically right after Mario World came out and was a big hit, right? It's just neat that, like, in this period of time, you got to watch all of these developers try to figure out, like, how do we, like, reward exploration and, like, hide secrets. You know, granted, secrets were a big part of older platformers as well, but... Whoa. But yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, this was ready to go pretty quickly after Sonic 1, so. Oh my god. Oh, that workbench sure is wacky. Yes, Zelnu. I don't like how long development cycles are these days. I say that, but the only game I've liked, like new game I've liked in like kind of a while, was freaking Elden Ring, which was a game with like a glacial development cycle, right? It's been in development since like didn't its development span the release of like Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 and stuff? Whoops. Like, it's fine that some games take 12 years to come out. It worries me that it feels like every game above a certain relatively low budgetary threshold takes 12 years to come out now. Elden Ring and this game started development at the same time. That's what I was thinking of. There was, famously though, a very long delay because they were like, well, we have to give Miyazaki time to get born and then grow up. Kingsfield had to have been developed very quickly because I think the first one was, if it wasn't a launch game for the PS1 in Japan, it was really close. Which the wild thing about that is FromSoft wasn't even like a game developer at that point. They made like what's the term? Agribusiness or whatever? Software. Huh? Huh? I don't get this level at all. Okay, that works, I guess. I already had a cast primed up and ready to go, right? This level is the bad one. I'm okay with it. Yeah, luckiest mage. I kind of feel the same way. I don't know. I'm trying to say this without like sounding like a fool. Not that I really care because I have plenty of experience sounding like a fool. But I feel that, like everything else, indie game development is subject to fashion cycles, and at any point when I've been like, I'm gonna look into indie games and see if there's fun stuff out there, I'm sure there is, but it was all disappointingly similar, you know, to all the releases were disappointingly similar to one another is what I'm trying to say here. And kind of sucks. Which, you know, I don't care, I guess. I just wish that they made games that appeal to me. You know? Games that, like, play like the legendary acts, but look like Akatsuki and Cha-Cha. That's what I want. Get on it. Yeah, Critic. You know, realistically, I will probably never get involved in indie game dev. I want to. I used to like prototype games in my spare time and stuff. A game that looks and plays like Captain Novel and Turkey Sandwich. That sucked. There we go. Yeah, you get it, Duke. This looks awesome. Like, you know, design-wise. All right, whatever, I'm out. What a cool looking level. I like the idea a lot too, honestly, all the bouncing and shit. Freed from the bench. Is this where you get mini dotted? That happens in this game, right? Whoops. Why are my lives leveled F? Is it like freedom? Phonic? Oh, I see. You're supposed to go up. And granted, anyone could have told you that. Oops. Oh, so it's future 5? Okay. Makes sense, because you already know what the number means. No point in labeling it lives when you can just put other important information up there. What? Ah, yes, I remember this boss now. There we go. Oh, I slipped. Whoa. Oh my god, I'm trying to get that shield. I could have recovered though. It wasn't a combo so much as like a setup, you know? I could have recognized that I had a little momentum when I landed on the block and succeeded in not slipping off. Okay, whatever. Good enough. Yeah, he's a set play monster. Set play is a soccer term, isn't it? I'm gonna get 49 for that. I guess it doesn't matter since it's a boss level anyway. May I have rocks? Oh, please. There we go. Oh! Cross-up is a sports term too, isn't it? They talk about crossing people up in like basketball and shit, I thought. Oh, you have to hit him, I guess? Yeah. Hey, Neo Zero. No, but I get the impression I'm about to hear the NA game over music. So what's the damage? Does this have like saving or like continues or anything? Do I have continues? Do I need to do something to earn them? Oh, right. This does not improve this song. I think it was right here was safe, right? Yeah. Huh? Oh, what a trickster. That was cool. Eggman's trick. Blah, 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 do the Bartman. Remember that song? Oh, I'm already making those kinds of noises. We're not even on the last game. There we go. Finally, I figured out the purpose of those shoes. It makes it way easier to get that shield. Bartman was before your time. You don't have to blow me up for being old. Just be like, no, I don't remember that. Problem solved. Trickman's egg. A little. Oh. Blah, 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 do the Bartman. I actually don't remember the Bartman song either. Oh, ha, okay, all right. No, okay. All right, he's still doing it, still doing it. There we go. Blah, 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 Bartman. Please tell me you can't hear that noise I'm making. Ocarina is kind of old by now. I think I cannot get a 1-up. Pretty sure. Yes, and there was Bartman branded stuff. Like, it's just the song. Because they were like, oh god, this sucks. Oh, right. I knew that. Oh my gosh. Oh my double gosh, dude. Close. No, you did not do that to me, game. I didn't touch the D-pad. He just slipped. Oh. Zone 1. Yeah, I heard it for half a second. I was rambling though. So basically the theme of this level is if you ever land on the boinger guys, then you're screwed. Oh. I can't believe it. I thought I was done. Future. Past. You nightmare about it when you were younger. Oh, I guess I'm kind of giggling at someone else's nightmares, huh? That's funny. I'd be a great therapist. Hey, Neko, how are you? Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. I was like looking at chat. Like I hadn't actually looked over yet, but I was preparing to. There we go. Hey, thank you, Neo Zero. Are you saying Shannon? Cool. I got stuck at this exact part last time too. I couldn't understand how to get over to this side. They understand. Ultimately, the chicks dig getting bounced up to damage they can't react to. Losing tons of progress in the process. Hey, rhyme, sort of. Not really. Yeah, really. Wah! It's just a thank you, Sepasai, I will stretch. Oh, wah. Oh, wah. It's just a fundamental truth of women. That's what they want. Go boing on the wacky workbench floor. I am opposed to gender essentialism as a gestalt, but how are you supposed to do that without losing your deal? There we go. All right. You got old fast. I'm not gonna stop you. There's no rule against tower posting. Oh. Okay, I remember what got me hit last time. Oh man. Chicks dig it. Dude. Little difficult to grasp the timing of when to like jump off of that to go to the right. There we go. Hey NST, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Whoa, this looks fucked up. No, what happened? What were you up to? Were you playing more Smash? Oh no. Oh no again. Yeah, Fu, it did. It's just Sonic by... Was that Cliffy B, I think? Party Parrot? I know what that is. That's funny. Do the Bartman. I really did not need to get the Bartman stuck in my head, dude. I'm playing Sonic. I'm gonna be playing Sonic for another like 4 hours. And my brain's just like, the Bartman. Whoops. A mod file of the Bartman. Oh, I want to make mod files. Whoops. It's sad. Today's youth used to want to be firefighters and astronauts. Now they want to make mod files. Beano? Like, you don't mean like Beano, like the like antacid or like anti-gas thing or whatever, right? That Beano? Oh, I fucking am so good at this one. I'm so good at this boss. Oh, the British comic. You guys remember the... There's like a medicine by that name, like an over-the-counter thing. I had a friend whose dad took it. Built different. Hey, thank you, Fire Mountain. I cannot believe that boss has so many gotchas. Thank you. Hell yeah. This is where you race Metal Sonic, right? God help me if I just called Silver Sonic Metal Sonic. I'm gonna hear about that. Oh my gosh. No, don't go to the future. Oh, you're gonna go to the future, you dope. And also, yes, okay. There we go. What? How can I not get back on the deal? Doesn't look like it. Whatever. Passed. No. I don't want to go to the future. Sick. Dude, when did this game come out? This was 92? Game would have blown your mind in 92. You know what I'm saying? 93, that's what I meant. It was 93. Ba-da-ba, boom, 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 boom. Oh. I was expecting that to be a little more dramatic than it was. Nope. No thanks. I'm losing it. Maybe you have to go to the future to, like, get out of here, huh? Oh, that wouldn't make sense, though, because you can use up your time travel. I don't think they would force you to take a really unintuitive death just to progress in the level. Alright, I got that at least. That should be good now, right? Yo, this song is sick. no, no, no! Stay in the past! There we go. I think so. It's no bird week, but then what is? What on earth? There we go. This is funny. This level, like, barely works. Yeah, we're jamming. Ernest Evans CD, I've never played it. But I like Ernest Evans a lot. So I can't imagine I would like the CD version less somehow. Dude. There we go. Oh, that's why someone said, is this level a FromSoft reference? Because it's janky. I get it now. Not Metal Sonic. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Nice. Oh, I'm fucked. Or not, I suppose. I saved her. I feel like they're ringing up my card at the gas station. Is this the last zone? I remember like the ending of Sonic CD feeling like weirdly anticlimactic. Yeah. How did I take damage? I don't know. I think it's because Amy kissed Sonic. Because he doesn't really like her, right? Why did they change the music? Have they ever said? Like, was it we thought that Americans would like this more, or was it we didn't have the rights to the music in the US? Oh, okay. All right. I guess these guys are for time traveling. Because you probably count as like moving at full speed the entire time that they're hugging you. Boom. Shoot. Oh. Is that what the significance of that giant spiked ball very obviously falling from the background was? I see. Owned. Oh. No. All right, we're good. Goal, good. This what, in all of fiction, dubious? I knew that. What this game needs is a song that quotes Entrance of the Gladiators. You know what I mean? That's Sonic music to me now. If I were a secret, I'd be hidden in that wall, but I'm not risking it. Whoa, huge bomb. Turn around. DX7 preset music. Hey. Oh, the bomb got me. That was weird. I thought this was the game that you got mini dotted in. Because they bring it back in Sonic Mania. Yeah, you do. You should have waited, Altazimir. Not to backseat redeem. There we go. Nah, I've still got that future. No, not again. It doesn't make the sound effect when I do it manually. It's true, yeah. If it's off cooldown, someone will be like, hey, I know what I could do. Okay. Yeah, this. I didn't ask you for a bomb, Eggman. Oh my god, please. Dude, get the ring! The ring, dude! Whatever. Robotnik is dumb, because if he really wanted to screw Sonic over, he would have just not put any, like, growth lasers in this level. He would have just been stuck like this for the rest of his life. Again, Robotnik isn't really trying to win. Is my take. He just wants Sonic's attention. He only knows how to get it by misbehaving. Robot accidentally. Or Robotnik. Through. Oops. Alright, that just worked. Maybe Robotnik did. Whoops. Maybe he's actually like 10 times larger than this, but we've just never seen him that way. And that's why there are the failsafe lasers. We realized too late. All right. Is that what it is? Okay, so you definitely are supposed to go this way. It was like following the like critical path or whatever. It just dumped me back at the start of everything. I don't get it. Duh, well, I can tell you something though. Those spikes, that's not the way. It's not that. Can't get up there. Aha! Finally. Whoa, big bomb. Come on. Oh, I get it. I keep expecting this to go into that Ketsui song. I think it's just the stage 1 song. Although it's like the motif for like a few parts of the game. James Gandolfini would be heartbroken at what's going on here. Excuse me. Oh, not this way. There we go. Okay. I got really scared there. It doesn't do me any good, does it? James Gandolfini. I meant to say James, which was definitely, you know, it was a reference to an earlier conversation where I got him mixed up with some Vincent or something. I would definitely believe that I said James Gandolfini. The guy that took the hobbits to Isengard. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Oh, there it is. Thing kind of blended into the background. The past tense of blend should be blound. This thing blound into the background. Is this the 90s? Or do you just mean like the design of this area looks really 90s? Okay. Oh my god, I thought I was a lot safer than I really was. Whoop. You replaced him with Shadow. Shadow is fucking cool. Whoops. There we go. I swear to God, I've already been this exact way. Right? Yeah. Damn, that sucks, because I don't think you have a 0th life in this game. I cannot believe that didn't hit me. Oh yeah, alright, there's this thing. Thank you, Mini Sonic. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, do you go this way? Yes, alright. That was something. Dude, yeah. I had a like keyboard, like a little toy keyboard for kids called the Casio Rapman that had like a turntable you could scratch and it would play a sample, and it had pads that just played orchestra hits. So I have memories of sitting down with this Casio keyboard, just making it do the like Sigma dun 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 dun. You know. I want those 3 rings. There we go. Everybody, if you can do the rap, man. Hello? Do the rap, man. Wee. Wee. Oh, you did not put a bottomless pit at the very end of this game. Come on. That's the only pit? That's good. That's good. Time to do that whole world again. Or zone? Zone. Wow. Oh my God. Why did I do that? Oh no! What happened? Wait, I have passed. There we go. Yeah, this is the last zone, Sneaker Nets. Wacky Workbench was 2 zones ago. You must be intended to go this way, right? Yeah. Nice. Fine by me. Hell yeah. Everybody can do the bar, man. All right. Not sure how I managed that, but it's fine. Weirdly forgiving, but I'm not complaining. Oh! The game's not too forgiving, though. God forbid. Oops. No, it's gonna kill me. All right. Oh, I didn't need to do that. There we go. Rachel, why? We're not at that part yet. That's not yet. Oh. No idea where I am now. Future. Oh my god, the bomb didn't go off. I think about that all the time, too. Hey Starzak, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Look what I'm doing. I'm playing Sonic CD. I've mostly just been singing the Bartman though, so you haven't been missing anything. Okay, the bomb's gone, right? Hey, thanks for the follow. Zarzak, what were you up to? What were you doing? Hello. What you gasping for? All right. Hey, thanks for the follow. Whoop. There we go. Bucky O'Hare. The NES one, right? Not the arcade one? What did you think of that? That game? My own thoughts on it are unfortunately documented in a really embarrassing way. I just kind of made some noises with my mouth. Yeah, 2. 1. Buckio sucks, damn. Uh-oh. I went the wrong way. I knew not to do that. Yeah, it's got a lot of instant death traps. It's one thing about it. I could see that. Ninja Gaiden's difficulty is a little difficult for me to, like, appraise. Because I used to speedrun it. I wasn't that great at it, but... Ghosts and Goblins. I've still never played the NES one of those. Well, I did, but just long enough to get to level, like, 3. Ninja Gaiden Marathon stream. The problem is there aren't enough games, and Ninja Gaiden I can beat in under 20 minutes. Ninja Gaiden 3 I've never played, and I know it's hard. Hey, thanks for the shout-out for Kaysher. You want to go this way, right? And this leads to the goal? Yeah, alright, cool, we're good. Haven't done one of these in a while. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and then the SNES remakes, they're the same thing, though. They play really messed up, actually. There's that awful PC Engine one. With the, like, ridiculously hard last boss. Like, so much harder than the normal last boss. Alright, bye. Well. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh my gosh. Where's the time UFO? There it is. Well. Mode 14. The thing about Ninja Gaiden 2 is it's a difficult game to beat deathless. But I think it's a little easier to get like just hard stuck in Ninja Gaiden 1. I remember I played the remaster of this game, and I remember those special stages being like impossible to control, and like they're totally not. I don't know what my deal was. Oh my god, dude. I think Act 3 is just the future, unconditionally. Kaizo Sonic. God. There we go. What a pain. No! Oh my god. Alright, cool. Yes! Oh no. I meant no. Antoine, that's a good idea. Oh, okay. Huh? What? No, my freaking rings. Oh my god. I will take a drink of water. In fact, I already did. It's okay, we only have the game that's like half the length of the entire marathon after this. Might I not become a god? Remember that? It's so hard to not become owned there, you know? There we go. Shoot. There. What's wrong with this game? To force a game over. Ah, the checkpoint wasn't the issue. I was literally forcing a game over. Or do you mean the checkpointing like at the beginning of the world when you continue? I mean, kind of common for games of that era, right? This wasn't really meant to be like a game you play in one sitting, sandwiched in between 5 other games. That would be a hell of a sandwich. That's like a Scooby-Doo sandwich. Oh my god. I jumped. Oh my god. Give me the rings. Just... It didn't work. There we go. Oh, okay, it is this way. Never mind. Nice. Oh my god. It's so weird how the momentum works here. I think it's like not quite working right or something. Nice. Okay. Pretty well, Willie. How are you? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, thanks for the follow. There we go. Much better. Oh, look at that. That looks really funny. Future. Whew. I think I lost a life there last time, right? That came really close to hitting me. All right. Yeah, the Barrel of Doom, once you know how to deal with it, you know how to deal with it. This stuff is rough. I really don't like these bombs. These things are really hard to avoid. See? You just have to trust me that they're hard to avoid, okay? Take my word for it. Why would you do that? Why did I do that? Oh, I need a ring. There are no rings here, I'm pretty sure. I think to make a game look easy, you have to not continue multiple times. Okay. All right, we're good. That wasn't your stream hitching, I was pausing. I am sort of a professional gamer, if you think about it. Well, I'm trying to dial up Demon. Whoop, boing. There we go. The jog. All right. I was like one hit away from beating Robotnik earlier. Fire Mountain, no. Hey, thanks for the follow. Ah, right wasn't the right way. Every time I do this. Whoa, my God, dude. There we go. It's your first one ever? No kidding. Yeah, there's a mini Sonic in this game. Yeah, both teams developed or invented the spin dash independently, I believe is what's going on there. Because Sonic 2 and Sonic CD were developed like in parallel. And coincidentally, both games had the spin dash, I'm pretty sure. They were also both about time travel. Which they dropped that aspect from Sonic 2. Oh, right, this isn't where I thought I was. But in the planning phases, it was going to be a time travel stage, which is why the one song or the one zone with the song that's like, you know that one? I forget what it's called. Has like dinosaur theming. It's a thought, Sheriff. Yeah, but I mean the peel out and the spin dash are like the same thing, right? They're both. I need to get up to top speed from a standstill. Aha! There's been a one-up here this whole time, dude. I'm sure it doesn't respawn, but still. You like Hilltop? Hilltop's fun. I don't know. I like every zone in 2 except for Oil Oak, I think. I have the same grievance with Metropolis Zone that a lot of people do, which is that it's too long. But that's not so bad. What is future in this context? This game has like a time travel gimmick. So it's the future? Or you mean what's future in the mini dot or the dot time travel context? What would past be? The future of what? The world of Sonic. Robodot, that's a good one, yeah. Those Fallen brothers really outdid themselves on this soundtrack. Robodot versus Mecha. I forgot about Mecha Fu. Okay. This fight makes no sense. Those hurt you, I guess. Come down here. Come down here, Robotnik. Whoa! Finally. Oh. Well, the US soundtrack is not good. Not to be too blunt. But the rest of the game is good. That's what I meant, Lynx. I misspoke. I love that little dancing pug. Hey, thank you, Sarzak. You can play every level, like not in one run, but... Well, then again, maybe you can, right? You just can't complete every level. I always read Big Island as Biggest Land, which that's just his name. Oshima is Big Island. Yes, you can 100% it. What do you mean? Hey there, Eltriok, how are you? It has saves. What were you up to, Eltriok? Why wouldn't... So you can do that. You know you can like visit... Like, you start in the present and you can go to the future and to the past without like finishing or leaving the level, right? Oh yeah, did you finish it? Did you like that ridiculous, like, super long endgame sequence? Dragon Quest II like puts Final Fantasy III to shame when it comes to just endgame marches. Yeah. Did anything cast Sacrifice on you? Hell yeah, wrong fun. Yeah, I love when a cat decides that it's dinner time because they don't speak English, so it's very difficult to disabuse them of this notion. I am. Get this, I played Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 before this. And I'm gonna play Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles after this. Defeat. If I recall, there's one like really beefy monster. It's like a gold bat boon or something. That the most you can do is like kill 1.5 of them per turn. You run into them in parties of either like up to 3 or up to 6. And they have a chance of casting Sacrifice. So sometimes at the end you're just like, oh, all right, try again. Yeah, I'll be doing that. Any day now. Yeah, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Just gonna be the length of the rest of this marathon put together. Man, Sonic CD, that's not a bad game. When I played the like 16:9 remaster of it, I wasn't really that wild about it. I know this is just me like being one of those people. I think the 4:3 aspect ratio is like an important part of the game. It feels weird without it. I like this game's approach to boss fights. Like they realize that all the boss fights in Sonic 1 are just like, just jump into it until you win. Yeah, the level design is not the strong point, but that's okay. I'm stretching. You can't tell because I didn't put my controller down, but trust me. Yeah, the bosses are a joke. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. I'm here. I did stretch. I don't get that. Oh, your posts. I see. So I'm doing two things that if you've been sitting here like watching me game all day, I might recommend to you as well, which is I opened a window. And I'm standing too. I got one of those sit-stand desks. It's not good for you to sit for like double-digit hours basically in one sitting. Maybe no. You're 1:26 a.m. Go open a window. Go do jumping jacks. Yeah, Eltriok, when I play RPGs, I want to get into the habit of standing for like 33% of the time. Boy, I wish I could have thought of another way to express that. Well, don't get got by the bees. I don't like bees either. 1,000 push-ups. Don't do that. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So if you have a sit-stand desk, they do warn you like, hey, thank you, Neo Zero. I'm on 3, should I stop? Yeah, go ahead and stop. They warn you that like you really don't want to stand at your desk all day either. It can be bad for your feet, for your joints. But, you know, the problems with sitting all day are of course well documented. I assume you can like barely hear me over this music because it's so loud. The day after these all-day marathons, you know? Thank you, Slapper Pow. That's a good username. Now, given my financial situation lately, hell yeah, good emote. Like, I really do want to avoid doing this too much, but hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. I am gonna order something. Including Dot. Oh my gosh. I've been doing great at like not not paying a ton for food. Not to toot my own horn too much. All right, I have food on the way. Like, oh my god, dude. I'm not beating myself up too much for the money I was spending on food before. You're trying to get to Russell, yeah. I can't hear that song again. I heard it like 5 times today. Hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. But it has been good spending much less. Like, oh my god, I've saved like hundreds of dollars. It's a slow cookers, you know. 767. You know how Chubo has the thing where when you give 70 bits, it plays like an AI voice recreation of like a cartoon voice saying 70 bits, oh boy. Some of them are really messed up. Like Fred Flintstone's like 70 bits a boy, like that. They all kind of sound like that. Thank you, Sneaker Nets. And yeah, the Winnie the Pooh one is really good. But my brother noticed that thanks, Neo Zero. I've heard the Winnie one. It's really funny. My brother noticed that thing had a James Hetfield voice. So he made it say 70 bits, oh boy, and it just did it to the tune of For Whom the Bell Tolls, like exactly like it would 70 bits, oh boy, like that. It was so weird. I sent it to Chubo, but it's not a cartoon character, right? So, oh my god, I have one of those, you know, the Logitech like media keyboards. You know what I'm saying? They have a bunch of like, no, they're not really, whatever. The Logitech wireless keyboards. I have one of those for my Mister, and I almost just sent it flying across the room. Just a sec. All right. Hey, good call. I was just getting a bottle of water. Okay. No. It happened. It happened. There. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's really loud, I bet. Yeah, that was super loud. My mistake. How's the balance now? It seems like the game's still pretty hot. It was really loud before, though. Better. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, DM. God, you were probably already here. I cannot keep up with chat during Sonic games, dude. I like how it says 1994 Seg. This song I could hear infinity times, but I came very close to hearing it infinity times today. $70-bits, oh boy. God. All right. Last game of the night, but it's the length of 3 video games. It's still too loud, right? The game's really not too loud right now. I like how you put the space in there because you knew I was going to be like, yeah, I like Hydrocity Zone too. This is from last year. I got Supersonic. I didn't get Hypersonic. I pronounce it Hydrocity. I mean, it's obviously not supposed to be, but whatever. Hey, thank you, Virtual Highlight. Okay, so usually when I play this, I try to get Supersonic, but I did spend quite a bit of time playing Sonic CD. These marathons usually end with, or go 1, 2, 3 and Knuckles. 1, 2 CD, 3 and Knuckles added so much time that I don't know if I feel like doing Blue Spheres. I'll do this one. I do like Blue Spheres, that's the thing. Is this right? Is this the first one? Did you? All right, thank you, Sheriff. This is like the only Sonic mini or bonus game that doesn't run like trash is the big thing. Well, I guess the Sonic 1 one runs fine. Oh, I should have waited on that. Oh, never mind, we're good. Perfect Pog. That was really good timing, so great. It's like perfect sync to the end of the level. You missed the Sonic 2 review. I should have reviewed them. Why didn't I review these? Wait. I don't like this Sonic sprite. I'll say it. That's like definitely not a controversial opinion these days, I'm pretty sure. That's that's weird. Dude, I remember the insta-shield being like useless when I was a kid. But now when I play this game, I'm like, dude, how does anyone live without this? Like, it feels gigantic. Obviously, I won't take it over the lightning shield, but you know. Insta-shield is high-level tech. That's the ticket. I'm a high-level Sonic player. That's what that was. It was high-level Sonic. Wow. There. I had this game as a kid. I had Sonic 2 also, but I was very young, right? And when you're that young, like getting like 1 year older makes you like much, much better at video games. So like the game felt just 100,000 times more doable than Sonic 2. I actually don't think I ever beat it though. Those old, like, Sega CD ports have a pretty good reputation, right? Bad luck. Yeah, that was luck. This is on real hardware, yeah. Now there were, did I say Sega CD? I meant to say PC. There were old like PC ports of a bunch of Sonic games, or a bunch of Sega games. Way back in the day. Yeah, the Windows versions. No, this is a Genesis Model 1. Yeah, you're correct. I prefer the audio of the Model 1. Also, my Model 1 has like really dirty RGB out, which I think looks awesome. Like, I have a Model 2, excuse me. I have a Model 2, but the RGB out is so clean, it looks like an emulator. And for some reason, I'm the kind of person that, like, that matters to, I guess. I just did it again. There we go. I like how there's, like, a degree of noise. On this particular console's video signal. If I ever get sick of it, I will probably mod it to fix the jail bars myself. That's amazing. Oh, I was gonna say, I think I finished both levels with 98 rings, but then I got more. I don't know what causes them. I know it's really simple to fix, though. They were only available as a magazine prize? Tails is like 5 or 7 or something. Tails is a kid. I don't think you can blame him. It's a little weird that Sonic's hanging out with him, considering Sonic's like 15 or something, right? Why is everyone toddlers? Sonic's 15. Problematic discourse. God. Everyone needs a stoner older brother. I'll allow that. Sonic is taking advantage of this small child. Yeah. Why does this kids game have kids in it? It should be like bearded men who smoke cigarettes and are named Darius. One last job for you, Darius. Isn't Zone 2 always a water zone? It's the water zone in, whoa! In 1, isn't it? I mean in 2? I just wanted to hear this song at least once. I'm glad I have the fire shield. That'll be really useful in Hydrocity Town. Thank you, Adam. This, man. Set pieces. That's what kids are into. Can you tell I was just mashing down? What gave it away? Woo-hoo. See that? The insta-shield. Ooh, why? I don't know why it did that extra bounce. Oh, right. I have the water shield. I don't need it. Thank you, Tails. Shadow is 60. This is the thing, Socrates. I was talking about this. I think the popular opinion on the Sonic franchise is that the games want you to go fast, but they punish you for going fast. That bothers me, because if a game punishes you for doing something, then it doesn't want you to do that thing on like a design level. The marketing might want you to go fast. I'm fine. How are you? I see him down here now. This is not a suspicious question. There's a Charmy bee? Huh. How old is Cream the rabbit? 6. Same as Charmy. I see. This song rules. I think this act has like the most interesting differences, or this zone has the most interesting differences between acts 1 and 2 musically also. I was about to say how big is Vanilla, but I forgot her name. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Oh my god, what have I done? Well, I get mad at Super Mario World because the cape is too good. But I guess that's not what you're saying. I don't know, like, I think it's a perfectly legitimate problem to have with the game, right? Because it's frustrating when you can very easily build up more speed than you can control and you can't react to anything. That sucks, sure, to some people. I'm fine with it. I used to have that problem with Mega Man X. Because, like, you want to dash everywhere, but if you don't know what you're doing, then you'll just run into enemies constantly. Oh my god. I'm mashing jump to get Tails to carry me. Whoa. Oh, the level's not over anyway. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but his name is Sonic, right? Sarzak, oh no. Oh no! Like, and you know, to be clear, I agree, I'm in your camp, right? A little unfair to go, oh, this game wants you to go fast. When, you know, when you go slow, it's much easier, and you kind of find more fun stuff that way because of how the level layouts work, but, you know, might be a little disingenuous to pretend that that the game doesn't want you to go fast, like, at all. Where the hell did Sonic go? That new Sonic with the coins? Oh, you can insta-shield this guy, can't you? Didn't they, like, add a freaking, like, invisible ceiling to this boss arena for no reason? Hey Marlon, how are you? Is that what it's called, Origins? All right. Every year I tell this story, so you're gonna hear this story again. I was watching a shmup player by the name of Extruder play the Sonic games. Having a good time with them. Having a good time watching the stream also. And all of a sudden the Wendy's account shows up. And goes, "This was always my favorite level." And Extruder pauses and like goes, "This is your favorite level? Marble Garden Zone? This is no one's favorite level." And then there was another pause. "Wendy's, wait. Like, isn't that like a restaurant? Why do you have a check mark next to your name? Are you the real restaurant?" And then, you know, the poor intern who was probably just told to go lurk Sonic streams and say gotta go fast or something was like, "Yep, the real Wendy's." And which, you know, the whole it being a corporate account really really casts some suspicion on Marble Garden Zone being their favorite, right? And Extruder was like, "Hang on a second. Do we even have Wendy's in my country?" Looks it up, and the answer is no. The last Wendy's there, like, closed in 2004 or something. And when this came out, the Wendy's account just typed, "Gotta go fast," and left. Presumably to another stream. Thank you, Shine and Air. Have a good one. I think about that poor intern all the time, who, like, probably had what? Corporate probably just told him, "Yeah, go on Twitch and do some viral marketing." And then they ended up, like, just super striking out. Hey, Pastry Fun Tube. Pastry Fun Tube, are you on the clock right now? Did corporate tell you to say that? Down here. I love that I did that, and I'm not even upset that I don't have my shield anymore, because that thing I did on purpose. Whoa, I was at 190 fucking 5, man. Now I'm at 0. No, Rojo. Okay. Okay, that's the other thing about this story, and I didn't really think about this until I was telling it again just now. They didn't even freaking gift subs. They just went, oh, gotta go fast. You know that one? Then left. Waste of time. That should have been a Koki me what moment. This is just gonna crush me, right? Yeah. Bet you want Wendy's now. I did kind of, but you know. Oh my gosh. I feel like it took us like maybe an entire day to beat Marble Garden Zone, but we didn't spend that entire day playing Sonic, reflecting on it now. My brother got this game for his birthday, which meant we had like been to the roller rink and stuff. Is that right, Sheriff? Birthday? Hey, you're welcome, Sneaker Nuts. Yeah, I always assumed it was oil. I was just about to remark it's weird that the fire shield doesn't light this oil on fire. They would have just doubled down, yeah. You know, I mean, for this level in particular... Thank you, Marland. I hope they show up now. I'm gonna really roast them for not gifting subs like 5 years ago. It's long enough ago enough that the affiliate program might not have even begun. It might not have been an option to do a Koki me what. What was I talking about? Sonic or something? What was I talking about? Oh, signs. Yeah, I guess I don't disagree, but like I play a lot of arcade games, and arcade games have a lot of like just pointing you in the direction you're supposed to go, like with a like hand and it says in or whatever, you know. And like I think there's something to be said for it. It gives you options with level design that maybe aren't there if you are attempting for the levels to just organically lead you in the correct direction all the time. Yeah, I'm over Marble Garden these days. That would be sick. I still wouldn't like show them any respect because they're a brand, but unless they want to give me like 400 subs, that'd be cool. I could use that. Oh. I want a DX7 just so I can play that Taco Bell. Bong. That's it. I think that's a preset, if I'm not mistaken. I probably am. Look at that jump. That was something. You had the Dave single meal. Did it make you sick? I actually like Wendy's a decent amount, but I do think that the fries are garbaggio. They used to be good. They used to be totally different. But then, like, what happened was they changed them so that you have, like, visible potato skin on them and stuff. Because fast food as a whole had a really bad reputation around the time that documentary Super Size Me was going around. I'm pretty sure that's why they changed it. They call them like natural cut fries or something. It's a bunch of horse shit. But they went from tasting like great fast food fries to just tasting bad and looking dirty. Which fast food places have the best fries? God. You know, I haven't had this place in ages because I think it is bad, but... You found spikes. Thank you for gifting a sub to Marble Garden Act 2. Oh. To me, it's either Burger King, which I haven't had those in ages, so it's possible they suck now and I'm just not aware of this. Or Hardee's, which Hardee's food is like a freaking punishment. But if my Sonic's got ATs, I can dash dance. You can't have wrong opinions, by definition. You have nothing to apologize for. Hardee's biscuit. All right, we're good. That was pretty close. Yeah, Hardee's got so disgusting that, like, I don't think I could make myself give it another chance. I think they have permanently ruined their reputation with yours truly. Speaking of which, is my food here? It will be here in 20 seconds. Yeah, I know Carl's Jr. and Hardee's for a while were, like, kind of distinct brands. I think that has changed. I'm not sure there are any differences now. It used to be that, like, the Carl's Jr. breakfast was different. And I had that on my way back from Evo, the first Evo I went to. And it was so good. And I'm still chasing that high years later. I'll be right back. It's short for evolution. Oh man, speaking of Dragon Quest, I want to play those. I've said this a million times, but yeah, I think he was credited as a producer on one of them. I think it was Sneak King. Hey Dante, how are you? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna play the NES ones though. Like, no, just in time for the game to start again. And then there's this going on. I bet they're a lot. I bet they're a lot. So, I have beaten Dragon Warrior 1. So for that game, I think if I stream it, I kind of want to do the Super Famicom version, but I hear that the like fan translation is messed up and just crashes and stuff. Or like characters who were supposed to give you items fail to do so or something. I lost every ring. Yeah, that's one thing about these really long streams, is you get a lot of opportunities to mini. Okay. You're just in DQ, or DQ2. You might be fine then. But I want to play 2 and 3 on the NES. I feel like I've heard that the bug fixes are still not perfect, and they make them just better, but they still have issues. I love that boss. Dragon Quest was trademarked already. Yeah, I thought it was a PnP RPG, but I wasn't 100% on that. But yeah, the NES Famicom Dragon Quest II Endgame is like notorious. I was just talking about it earlier because Eldriok just finished the game. It genuinely feels like Final Fantasy III levels have messed up, which, of course, means I like it. Can I please get back on the thing? Back on the thing? There we go. Oh, the GBC version? Yeah. The Famicom one is messed up. This is Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It is technically Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but we haven't gotten to any of the and Knuckles stuff. I don't know about that. It's notorious. So there's a okay. All right, I guess I'm doing this one. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah. Dragon Quest II. So the Famicom version, there's no save point for the last like over an hour of the game. They added one in the NES version right after the Cave to Roan, I think. It is long. There are, I think, 4 bosses, which is a lot for that vintage of RPG. And you run into lots of enemies who have a very high chance of, well, reasonably high chance of casting a spell called Sacrifice, which kills them and your entire party. So these do sort of look like Tide Pods, huh? Yeah, Dragon Quest II looks like it's good. So I'm probably gonna play like some I was trying, I promise you. I'm probably gonna try some newer version of Dragon Quest 1, since I've already played the NES version like twice in my life. It's sort of a tedious game, so wouldn't hurt to spice it up somehow. But then for 2 and 3, I definitely want to play the NES versions before I mess with any remakes or anything. Oh wait, this one can kill you. I feel like I came really close to getting squashed there too, actually. Yeah, I don't love how the graphics of the GBC versions look, honestly. Like, they're great, but you know, they're handhelds. I don't know, Invadoroid. Oh, right. You have to hit it. I always get this backwards. I keep thinking it's like the top has to hit the thing and then you hit it. But you hit the thing and then the top hits it. Extremely low likelihood of me surviving now. Did it. This is another thing. Someone mentioned this. The differences between Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Warrior are actually quite drastic. And I think serve to obscure Dragon Quest 2's many strengths and successes. Like, Dragon Warrior is part of why we think of Dragon Warrior 2 as just like a messed up, like, game for sickos. What I mean by that is the Famicom Dragon Quest 2, or Dragon Quest 1, like, you have one sprite on the world map. So, like, walking north and west and south, it all looks the same. You're just facing the camera directly. So it's like not a super like polished video game, the original Dragon Quest. And then Dragon Quest 2 came out like 1 year later and was like so much more polished. And also the game is like 2 or 3 times the size of Dragon Quest 1. Yeah, mellow level. But Dragon Warrior, like... Hey, thanks for the follow. Includes a lot of those improvements that they made to Dragon Quest 2. So... like, it's difficult to appreciate what a massive improvement 2 was over 1. Oh, Tails, you prankster. I couldn't remember the word trickster, and I almost said prickster, and it's like, no, that's something gross. That's not what I meant. Yeah, Sam. That one can kill you, I think. Oh, good. I feel like the fire shield is not very good. Am I wrong? I think I'm right. Oh yeah, part of why this thing is so messed up is, oh, this isn't even the right one, is it? Tails jumping at weird times messes it up. Because he's actually hitting up and down on a virtual controller when he's standing on the barrel with you. And that, like, can sabotage your efforts to control the barrel. Ooh. Oh, you don't like water? I like it a lot for this level because of all the, you know, water. I can't believe I got that first try, dude. I think the shields are like a particularly freeing element of Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. Because they developed the levels, or they designed the levels the exact same way that they designed the levels in Sonic's, you know, 1 through 1, 2, and CD. But, you know, you can take way more hits because you're getting shields constantly. Which, now that I say that, I guess that's kind of true in those other games. But they were sort of stingy with the shield monitors, I think. Okay. Plus, like, they went from this boring thing that just gives you an extra hit and is fundamentally not too different from just having a few extra rings. So, like, now your double jump does something sick. Did I have exactly 99 when I got hit? No way. Wow. Hey Lexi, how are you? Oh my gosh. What was that even? Spikes out of the floor, I'm guessing? What's up here? Nothing. Wow, that was enlightening. Oh, me with my mouth? I made the Echo getting hurt noise? I don't know anything about Echo. What do you think? Hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. That username's paying dividends, Bud Satan. People who know Echo the Dolphin. Would I like Echo the Dolphin? I am having a good day, Lexi. I avoid playing the Sonic the Hedgehog games too much throughout the year. Specifically because my brother's birthday is around this time of year. And when we were just children, I was even more of a child than he was, got Sonic 3 for his birthday. Hey, thanks for the follow. So, I kind of always associate Sonic 3 with this time of year. So a yearly, like, springtime Sonic the Hedgehog marathon has become, like, one of my rituals. But if you get too good at the games, then it's not as fun, because you just know everything. So this is, like, my first time playing Sonic 3 in quite a while. Does it show? There we go. There we go. Back to where I started. That was a pretty big mistake. You know that? Like, just in terms of time lost, not like, boy, I really messed up. Because, you know, not the worst thing I've ever done. That's the thing though. I don't use save states. Now I got nothing against people who do, of course. You may not appreciate the extent to which I am like a sicko though. I'll play pretty damn hard games. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Enjoy your emotes on Haunting. I'll play pretty messed up games without cheating for like 20 straight hours. Sicko the Dolphin. I don't know who's gonna win this one. Never mind. I have the insta shield, so I win. Next hit, I think. Well, we'll never know now. Never mind. I was right. That was pretty close. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Yeah. I honestly thought I was going to run out of time. Here we go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. What a good video game. The Sonic games, it does sometimes feel to me like I'm basically just playing them for the soundtrack. You want to see me do one of these? Why not? Who cares? It works. Yeah, I like the launch-based music. I like the song too, but I think the beta music is pretty interesting, honestly. Like everyone else, I've seen the like Alex Yard and Knuckles video on it. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Enjoy your emotes, Objective Binary. If that is your real name. Oh my god, what if it is? I just sounded like a prick. You know what I mean? That's my legal name. What's so funny about that? go this way. Oh, binary. Oh, Milton Ho. Does anyone here? Everyone here knows Oh, Milton Ho, right? If you don't know it, I'll tell you the story, but I think it's like a little difficult to really appreciate without knowing the other person involved in the story. So, yeah, sorry. So, I had a dream where, and in this dream, did I just die, I think? No, we're good. I had a friend who was venting on Twitter, on her Twitter circle. And Chubo replied on Twitter with these words. Oh, Milton Ho. Which in the... I definitely got this from Ivanhoe. But in the universe of the dream, like... Milton Ho was known to be like a tragic literary figure. So when someone was having a rough time, replying, oh, Milton Ho was a... maybe a little old-fashioned and maybe a little uncommon, but not unheard of and genuine way to express sympathy. It's just been stuck in my head for like weeks. I don't know where my brain got that. You didn't know about the Milton Ho lore? Well, now you do. Oh. There you go. Oh, Dot! Why did you do that? Oh. What's over here? Oh, this is just somewhere you can fall down, right? Yeah. I remember falling down here. Come to think of it. Whoop! Yeah, the dumper. I don't want to explain the dumper thing. Oh, no! Oh, I got dumpered. You, god dang it. He means well. You know, he's just Sonic's little buddy. I don't like how mean Fleetway Sonic is to Tails. He's just like this awful, abusive, much older friend. Yeah, I lost 2 minutes to explaining Milton Ho. Does this look like a Dogu to you? It kind of does to me. Ah! That's a good gift sub. Oh, does it look more like a Haniwa, I guess? You're right. The Milton Ho skip. Yeah, that's more of a Haniwa. Papa, fuck, shit. Oh, I thought Tails had the ring. That's my bad. Unlike Fleetway Sonic, I don't blame Tails for my mistakes. There we go. Toho the Project. My favorite Sonic OC. I will take credit for his successes, yes. These guys are like the Claymen in Elden Ring. You know what I mean? This only has to make sense to me, so don't worry if you don't get it. Cat cartoons. Oh, that's Hamtaro sneak food. That's hamsters. Hamtaro is hamsters. What's Michael is cats. Someone's gonna be like, Cats? No, Cats is in Zero Wing. He says, how are you, gentlemen? Only if I raid Chubo. That will never be acceptable in any other circumstances. Because I don't want to explain Milton Ho to a stranger. I like Tails' little, like, balance pose there. I like Tails. Oh my god. You know what I mean? They need to have a Sonic spin-off. It's all the little kid characters, like, trying to save Sonic. They need to go on their own adventure. Oops. I wonder if I can get back over there. Or back up there. You call him a mean word. I didn't even notice. You could have gotten away with it. Sonic babies, yeah. There's a mod of Sonic 2 called like Sonic 2 Pink Edition. I am so surprised I didn't get it there, by the way. I know you can't exactly hear the surprise in my voice, but it's there. Where, anyway, in Sonic 2 Pink Edition, holy shit, literal first attack hit me. You can play as Cream the Rabbit and Amy Rose. And it's my favorite ROM hack ever. For that reason. Give me that. Whoa. Did you know this, like, doesn't shoot on a pattern? It just kind of, like, does whatever whenever. Wait, what happened there? Did he do finger guns? What was that pose he did? Oh no, he's just doing that thing. All right, whatever. Yeah, I'm familiar with Snulf. Boom, ba-doo-doo. So, I don't think I ever beat this level when I was a kid. I don't really know why. It's not that much harder than the rest of the game. Good idea, Starscav. No. I should have waited so you could have covered me up with the pop-up here. Hang on. Oops, I forgot to hydrate. There you go. I'm not even sure I got to Big Arm. I think I got to the Robotnik boss right before it, which, like, how do you get there and then not just beat the game? I don't know, but I did some weird stuff as a kid. I took a baseball bat to a Pee Wee Herman doll, for example. That was worth good money. And if you're like, man, that sounds like serial killer behavior. Yeah, the person who peer pressured me into doing that is in prison now. This is little facts about my life. For what? Can't tell you. Definitely against Twitch TOS to tell you. It's weird going through that. Because you know you're not the victim, right? But you still feel like you've lost something, right? Because you had like these memories with someone, you have a history there, and it's like it's all ruined. Again, not gonna say what the guy did, but you should be able to infer the broad strokes. BMX XXX. Whoop. Ooh-ah. Not to get too real. Hey Jade Pharaoh, thanks for the raid. Guess what I'm doing? You have to guess playing Sonic though. What were you doing? That's my question. Oh. I thought I could fit in there. Opinions on Adventure Time. No, I'm older than you think. I did watch Adventure Time, but I wasn't a kid. Boy, do I love Adventure Time. Also. Is that the opinion I'm supposed to have, or am I going to go to prison now? Never watched it, but you're full of it. You're full of it, Greffery. You've seen it. The Adventure Time opinion department. I think you're thinking of Steven Universe. Were you here earlier when we were talking about Steven Universe? Because I just want you to know that if you like Marble Garden Zone, then every Steven Universe character hates you. Friendly reminder. What is happening? Am I ever gonna beat the level? Oh, well, there's a robot, man. Yes, it is. I think so too. That's something I had to keep to myself for kind of a while, but yeah, I think it looks really bad. Yeah, that's Big Mouth. Okay, good. Oh, I know why you're saying that, yeah. Oh my god, it's Tetrin. Hey, if you think about it, Tails is kind of like an option. That was mine. What am I supposed to do? Ah, that works. What? They knew what they were doing when they put that fire shield there. Basically, the only way to get it is to... I just want to point something out. When I was a kid, this was like the only big ring I could find in the back half of the game. I remember like reloading our endgame save and trying and failing to get, you know, it was like the 4th Chaos Emerald or something. It wasn't the last one. Anyway, nothing against Steven Universe. I just don't want to watch a show that looks like it. Anime Family Guy. Oh my god. We're really getting ourselves in trouble here. We should like say something mean about BTS. Just like guarantee that pretty soon we all get stalked or something. I think I got that right. Well, it doesn't matter because I missed the last turn. It's like a band. But you know, like anything with fans today, how do I put this? Like, I think that social media really encourages people to be extremely aggro about everything, even if it doesn't matter. And I think teenagers are like maybe not the best equipped to recognize that they're... Did the screen just turn kind of bluish? Kind of bluey? There's another fandom. Anyway. Oh, you son of a... What have you done? I think teenagers are not the best at recognizing that, you know, these websites are manipulating them into behaving this way. So, teenagers really like BTS. And so a very small number of them who are very highly motivated will like absolutely harass you off the internet if you say anything bad about BTS. I don't know if this gives you any insight into this phenomenon, but Lemmy once like deliberately said something mean about BTS in an attempt to draw aggro. Yeah, you know, like in a vacuum, I think it's kind of fascinating to consider why the internet makes people act so mean all the time. That's awesome. Yeah, they're a K-pop boy band. I've never heard them. I'm sure they're great if you're, you know, like the target demographic and everything. Like, the thing that I remember adults getting, like, embarrassingly invested in, like, hating on. There's a few things. One of them was Barney. Like, you would go on the internet. You would go on Gopher and Usenet and, like, the Doom, the, like, alt.games.doom Usenet, specifically. And you had all these people who were like literally 40 plus making this big performance out of how much they hate Barney. It's like, really? You don't like Barney? That's weird that you, a 43-year-old man, don't like a show for like 3-year-olds. Why is that? You know, like, wow. I think I fucked. Oh, there we go. That was the other one I was gonna say is Justin Bieber. Yeah, the dinosaur, yes. Justin Bieber was the other one. Where like you had like men in their like 30s, 40s hating on Justin Bieber, and it's like that's really weird that you don't like music for teenage girls. What are the odds? Yeah, when you're secure in not being a child. Oh, what? The game just like said stop moving there for a sec. Oh, tricky. Who's very cool? Are we talking about Alfred Chicken? The Barney Error community. Nope. Are you familiar with, of course you are. Stupid question. The many, like, Kill Barney Doom wads out there. Okay. Really cool. Really cool. A good PS1 game. You got like a genre in mind or anything? I'm just gonna say Bushido Blade is the thing. Like, lately, all I can think about is Bushido Blade. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I don't know why I expected that to go any differently. I'm not really sure where it came from. I had Bushido Blade as a kid. And when I got my PlayStation 1 set back up recently, I was like, fuck yeah, Bushido Blade. And it was like all I could think about. So you could play that. Adjacent to the Scary Logos community? Oh, like the people who are like, I couldn't watch like PBS because the like logo sequence freaked me out or whatever. But it's not one of those like fantasy wiki things where people like exhaustively document like completely fake like alternate reality like TV shows and stuff. Like, you know what I'm talking about? There's like wikis you can go to out there that have information on the 19th episode or the 19th season of like the Popeye Sonic crossover cartoon that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Yeah, those wikis are like kind of fascinating, I think. Okay, this is where I perished, right? Oh, it's exactly that. Oh, okay. That's, that sounds really interesting, honestly. Okay, so I think the problem is that I'm hitting down. If I just do this. Yeah, that's it. You say that's Epicide, but that's really common. like kids being freaked out by logo sequences and stuff, particularly from the like 70s, which some of that stuff was in usage through the 90s, right? Because they were like weird and uncanny and had like you know what I mean? I want the insta shield. There we go. Now I've got it. Tanbo. Kill screen. Boom, boom, boom. What do you fight here in Sonic and Knuckles? I see. he just comes out and shoots you. Oh my god, I won. Is there a second phase or is that... Okay, yeah, that's only in Sonic 3. I was not confident that would work. Sometimes I do that kind of thing on purpose. That sounds right. Oh, I should have played this as Knuckles, dude. What was I doing? Yeah, I mean, we just beat the fourth game of the night. We're on to the fifth. Okay, this is a detail that I picked up on the last time I played this, but it occurred to me later that I was like, that was a source amnesia thing. I was remembering an Alex Yard video. You know Knuckles' theme? It's like dum 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 like that. If you listen, it's in the background of this song from time to time. The dum 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 dum. Is that blood on the dance floor? I don't remember. Oh, it's Saint Sword. The person who requested Saint Sword has been absent for a little bit. And since I kind of wasn't feeling doing like Platformageddon right away anyway, I was like, well, I can wait to see if they turn up. If that sounds creepy, it's like someone I know, so I'm not like keeping surveillance on viewers. You stop that. That's not fair to do that to me when I have been nothing but polite to you. Who did that? Danbo. Have I been nothing but polite to you? I think. But I can't always claim that. There we go. Ooh, all right. What happened there? I like blue spheres. I do think that the like Sonic and Knuckles versions of them are like, they're harder, which is fine, but there's also a lot of like, where the fuck am I even supposed to go, you know? Like, I guess that does that. There we go. But you know, they just wanted to do King Kai's planet. A giant Amiga ball, true. Oh, that sounded awesome. All right, we're not doing any more of those. I've been gaming for 8.5 hours. This game is pretty damn long when I play it, so it doesn't need to be any longer. Anyway, Saint's Sword for Sega Genesis is the next one. Yeah, they are really hard to find. Wow. I will say, I think I'm like not in the majority on this by any means. People always talk about how like, yeah, it's really obvious that Sonic 3 was a half-finished game and like it really only feels complete with Sonic and Knuckles attached to it. I almost said Sonic 4. I've never felt that way. This really does feel like just starting another game in the middle of what you were doing. Like, the way the difficulty is balanced and everything, I do genuinely feel like Sonic and Knuckles feels like a much different game from Sonic and 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, not Steven. I think I prefer both of these games standalone. Because playing any one of them, or playing both of them at the same time is just too much video game for me, you know, most of the time. Obviously, sometimes I just play every Mega Drive Sonic in one day, so... No, fuck. I feel like Hungry Goria agrees with you, Jordan. Yeah, exactly, like... Oh, you like Sky Sanctuary Zone? Hey, that guy's got a golden axe. That's something. I've never let him get to the bottom before. I had no idea he, like... His axe got stuck. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Shmup Dog Joe. Sonic and Knuckles with a password system, or with a continue system, is pretty rough. I kind of like Marble Garden. I don't, like, love it, but it's fine. That's Wendy's favorite level, of course. So what should I do next year? For next year's Sonic Marathon? I feel like Sonic CD will be like at least half an hour faster next year because I won't be, I doubt I'm gonna game over at all. Sonic Advance? I don't know. I've never played a Sonic Advance game. I would have to like play them blind first to know how I feel about that idea. Sonic Adventure is like absolutely not a game you can play in one sitting the first time, right? Like it's way, way, way too long. Yeah, play all the games as Knuckles is not a bad idea, actually. I guess you can't play Sonic 1 as Knuckles. Or CD, but still. I haven't used Knuckles since, the last bar fight I got in, no. Since, the 90s, so... Like, he's really different from Sonic, isn't he? Oh, that's interesting. Hey, thanks for the follow. There we go. Why am I doing this? Remember I said I wasn't going to do these anymore? Yet here we are. Like, why'd I do that? They are pretty fun. Being the dynamite, huh? Oh my god. Oh no, my throat, dude. Jumping up the stairs 3 steps at a time. Oh no. I gotta get more water. Hang on. I will hydrate. Just a moment. Yeah, next year. Next year's springtime Sonic Marathon. I'll just do nothing but blue spheres for 10 hours. There's no way I'd be able to do that. I like that right button too much. Oh, good. Case in point. I just used it. Uh-oh. God, that 3D effect is so cool looking, dude. Pretty good, Hardy. How are you? That makes sense. That you would glide a bunch. Oh my god. I thought you said shame he got so arrested. I was about to be like, well, that's an either or thing. You can't be more arrested than someone else. And then I realized I'd misread it. Can you imagine if I'd like lectured you like that? When you never said that in the first place? That's a very silly thing that you said. Oh my god, that was close. That is definitely a bottomless pit. You don't have to imagine that if you have a Reddit account. Yeah, I do have a Reddit account. When, this is one of the more embarrassing things I've done. When, bad two-sentence horror was, like, first blowing up, I was like, oh, we should do a stream where I get on two-sentence horror. And and it was something like, my story was something like, my grandpa always used to say, the eyes are the window to the soul. And then he looked at me with hollow skeleton eyes or something, is what I wrote. Would you believe that they didn't allow that on two-sentence horror? Because they were like, you're not taking this seriously. Which I wasn't. But I compare that to the people who are. Like... It's the same shit. Oh, is this like... I feel like this is like way less complicated than I thought. Yeah, it's just a matter of which direction you're holding on the D-pad, right? At the beginning, you know, people took it seriously. Burning the grave did not help. It's actually indistinguishable, right? I don't know about indistinguishable, but it's pretty similar. You know, I was pretty obviously trolling, but... I should get to troll, right? Uh-oh. It's not illegal for me to troll. It's not very nice, but... No, I needed worse phrasing than hollow skeleton eyes. That's the issue. Hold on! Well, I fell through the thing. Yeah, people do that sometimes. I mean, the moment has passed, and it did, honestly, it had passed by the time I was trying to do that too. Like, all anyone ever uses that subreddit for now is trolling. I like this song a lot. Not that you asked. Thanks for your freaking life story, Dot. It almost looks like a shinobi level. I think it's all the explosives. One fact about me as a human being is that I like shinobi. There we go. What a dumb puzzle. Yeah, I like Shinobi 3 as well. I really like Revenge of Shinobi. I like this guy. Oh my god, what happened? The bosses are definitely an improvement over 1 and 2 in this game. I'd say they work better than CD's bosses too, but also CD's bosses are like neater ideas. It's just the better the idea, the harder it is to pull off or something. That's not remotely true. I think you're supposed to, yeah, and then you do this, yeah. There's a good sequence. God, the Act 2 version of this song is so good. Ha! I get it. I get it, Sneakernets. Or whoever said that. Yeah, Sneakernets. Whoa! I don't trust that. Yes, I do. No, I don't remember that. This is the first I've ever heard of it. Oh, there's not like a deal here. It's just a flamethrower. I see. Okay. Oh, never mind. You ever make the noise neat when you're scared? Like some kind of Tekken player? Whoa. Speaking of Tekken, I hear Asuka's in Tekken 8. So I guess I'll give it a whirl. 2D fighting game fundamentals just don't do a lot for you in Tekken. Different kind of deal. Yeah, I heard about the hat. I'm gonna be real. I'm happy for everyone who likes the hat. That's how I feel about it. Joy is hard to come by in this life. What was that shit I was saying like 10 hours ago? Was that also Steven Universe discussion? No, it was Bluey. That's right. Oh my god, I found a ring. I feel like I have to do it now. Hey, thanks for the follow. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm fucking tired. You have... Oh, you want to see the hood off? The hood or the cloak? You want to see cloakless? Anyway, I'm usually pretty damn good at those. So the fact that I have, like, totally eaten shit, and I was trying not to, says to me that I think I'm pretty damn tired. Only play Tekken 2? That sounds fun. I get the feeling that this is not a case of you need to destroy the laser. I need 2 rings. There we go. That works. Is that 12 or is that 14 or 24 Sonics? How many Sonics do I have? Tell me your opinion. 24. Oh. Soon to be 23. Ha! Hell yeah, Tails. Yeah, I see EA as part of Sony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sonic Hedgehog. Oh yeah, that's easy to do. Everyone's favorite zone. I'm gonna be real. I think Sandopolis is actually kind of cool. It's ugly. The backgrounds have a, like, really messy, like, movie licensed game look to them. I think it's the, like, heat haze effect, honestly. I think the badniks in this zone are fun. When games look like bootlegs of themselves. That's the thing, though. It doesn't look like a bootleg of itself. It looks like Stargate. I get to say that. I've beaten that game. It's not that bad. It's not that good, but, you know. Probably better than the movie. I just ran into a guy because I was looking at chat. In my defense, I was also putting on an unparalleled vocal performance, so. Whatever's back there better be worth it. Oh, is that why? Is that also why we got all those... What the hell happened there? Those really good, like, Namco Museum games? Oh, really? I tried to spin dash it before and it didn't work. I just did it wrong. Those games are good because we got Genpei Tomaden in the US. I think under the title The Genji and the Heike Clans, which I saw an interesting thing once. Someone was trying to talk about that game, like the topic came up. It was like, what are some other games set in feudal Japan, which I think is like technically the wrong period of history, but whatever, right? I'm in the floor. There we go. That happened. And this person was trying to recommend the Genji and the Heike, right? And did any of the Choose Your Own Adventure books involve Sonic clipping into the floor? Anyway, so someone was like, "Oh, you should play the Genji and the Heike," but they remembered the names of the clans wrong, so they recommended the Kuki and the Heigi, which it's pretty close. It's not right though, and it's just really funny to me. Sometimes when I want a cookie, I'm like, I want a cookie and a Heigi. Anyway. The Kiki and the Boba clans. Oh my god, the freaking scorpion. Alright, I'm out. I'm out. So which one of you is the Kuki? Which one's the Heigi? Oh. I'm not making fun. I would make similar mistakes if I was trying to talk about, like, I don't know, what's a language I don't know. If I was like trying to talk about something like in Spanish. I don't know Spanish. The real joke is that my Japanese is as weak as it is, because I majored in that shit. I've used that shit in my career. That's what my day job is. And yet, that's so good that he jumped. He's trying his best. Panda. Pretty sure. I don't know for sure, but... %80 sure it's just Panda. It's bread. Yep. Oh yeah, my translation skills are totally fine. It's my speaking that's pretty weak. I'm in the floor now. You notice that? Yeah, pan is bread. Panda is a like casual way to say it is bread. I don't know. I'm gonna be a contrarian. I think Sandopolis Zone is awesome. It's one of the better zones in the game. I say that knowing full well I'm going to run out of time here. I was about to feel really guilty. I thought that was gonna crush Tails. This is the one with the ghosts. I actually kind of do as well, Danbo. I think in my case, it's the color palettes are always kind of ugly. And it never feels especially like well researched, you know? Fuck, I don't know, just put some pyramids in it. Why not? Okay, I guess there's one of those there. Which of these have I liked the most so far? I really can't pick between any. I'd say I probably like Sonic CD the least, and then the other 4 are in a 4-way tie. Imagine if they were in like a 5-way tie. There's only 4 of them. How would that work? I like them all. I think they all have their charms. I think CD is really cool, but it's like there's not very much combat, you know, which is fine. The games don't need it, but it's like definitely a game engine and like concept and everything that assumes you're gonna be like fighting enemies kind of frequently. It's sort of weird to just replace that with nothing, except this really half-baked time travel system. It's like it's a curiosity to me, Sonic CD, because it's from that era where like everyone knew that we wanted like more non-linear games now that we had more powerful systems. The question was just like, well, how do you give people what they want then, you know? Yeah, objective binary. Yeah, Marlin. Yes. Totally. But like, some really interesting ideas came out of that period where people who've been accustomed to making games on, you know, 8-bit computers and everything. How the fuck do you do this part? I always get lost right here. Sometimes I just die to the ghosts here somehow. Oh, that's it. Hang on. Oh my god, dude. All right. No! Okay. Yeah, Boogie, and that makes sense. How do I go down here? Like, doesn't there end up, like, being a platform in the middle of this or something? Yeah, that's it, that's it. Like, I have no idea what caused that thing to spawn. But I do think I slipped off the track it's on. Like, oh my god. Like, what are you supposed to do? There we go. And then I think you're supposed to use that to get over here or something. If I'm right, then I think you just, like, slide down here. Yeah, there we go. That's probably the fastest I've ever gotten out of that section, honestly. There we go. Nice. You feel me on them, on how, like, they need to make a Sonic game that's all the kid characters, like, saving Sonic or something, though, right? Give, like, Cream and Amy and Tails and everyone their chance to shine. They should make a Sonic game. Yeah, I did think about ending the sentence there. Sonic 3. Sonic. Good emote. Kaiitso. Uh-oh. That was kind of accidentally the tone of the famous Mario 64 uh-oh video. You know that one? Of course you do. Everyone knows that one, it's famous. Oh no! I don't know what Pets... What is Pets Cop? Is that like, like Zootopia? Okay. Why would he be silent? You don't want Big to be silent. He sounds like that, like what I just did. This is not about pets who are cops, I guess. Psycho parents. Doesn't sound very fun. My idea was better. I really wish I hadn't missed that light. Oh, but who cares, huh? I got water. Ears to me. I see. All right, instead of the wrong way, I'm gonna go the right way. How about that? Whoa! Uh-oh. Alright, whatever. Alright, yeah, that's cool. Glad that happened. Well, at least I got a water shield. Very useful. Oh, whoops. Oh, you need to be Knuckles to do that, huh? Am I right? Yeah. Good night. Nah, people like pickles, they say it. That's something that happens. In certain circle. Oh, you're supposed to go up here. That wasn't too clear. At least it's not clear when you've been gaming for 9 hours straight. Maybe under different circumstances I would have just instantly done that. Whoa! How the hell do you get up there? Knuckles, I guess. I should get that. Oh my god, really? One time I finished that boss fight with like 9:59 on the timer. Dude, God, I feel like discovering Game Center CX is a happy memory for so many people, myself included. Yeah, Lava Reef Zone. Can I be real with you? I gotta use the restroom. Give me a moment. Whoops. Don't worry about that. Whew. Did we really? Yeah, I'm here. Gaming hard or hardly gaming? Beats me. Okay. This is like 2 zones from the end, right? There's Lava Reef and then Sky Sanctuary and then... Oh, no, it's 3. Right. Yeah, yeah. There's that other weird one after Sky Sanctuary, which it really feels like Sky Sanctuary should be the end of the game, honestly. It's like... It feels so climactic, you know? And it's like, oh, hey, also we did something really similar to the, like, Death Egg Zone. To me, this song is an all-time classic. Please hit the button. There we go. I don't know why I went when I did. I think my reflexes must have gotten tripped by the spikes. There's no way the like Mega Man, Mario, or Castlevania marathons are going to be as fun as this one. You realize that? Hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. Oops. Magma Reef. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, there's a big ring, yeah, up there. I don't know how you get that. That's stupid. Oh, you helped. You helped by being here. This is just the first one. I beat this one, didn't I? But you know what I mean, right? I don't know what it is, because I definitely like Mega Man and Castlevania more than Sonic. I probably don't like Mario more than Sonic. Maybe I do. I really don't know. But something about Sonic that makes you want to do an all-day marathon of it, and it's fun. I should have waited and done this one later. No perfect for me. That's something. A sprint and a marathon. Yeah, I mean, same here, but... To me, Sonic has a cool, like, world. It's got some characters that I, like. Whereas Mario's just been some, like, dork in overalls for, like, my entire life. Mario doesn't have its... Who are my favorite Sonic characters? It doesn't have its Cream the Rabbit or Shadow the Hedgehog. And at this point, like, they couldn't do that. It's too late. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. Yeah, I don't technically have the first emerald, yeah. I did figure that out. Yeah, I mean, general perception might change. Me personally, though. Con Gaga. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm ever gonna feel differently about Mario. Hey there, Ilya, how are you? I've fallen into the bonus stage. And I should not have done that. Yes, this game is sending the right message to kids. Unlike Kick.com. Ha! There's a can of worms. Don't know why I brought that up. Okay, here's the weird thing about Kick to me. It's not what you think. Okay, that happened. Like, everything about it is really stupid. Obviously, right? But what gets me is that they call it Kick.com and not like Kick.tv. This is 100% not the way I'm supposed to be going, I think. Whoa, my gosh. What on earth? Whoops. Yeah, Kick is a supposedly a Twitch alternative, but it's really just like where people who've been banned from Twitch with justification have gone, and where people go to like gamble. And I'm pretty sure it's backed by like some sort of online casino. Yeah, it's bad. But the thing that fucks me up about it isn't all the like morally reprehensible stuff. It's like, you didn't call it kick.tv? You called it kick.com? Do you have any idea what you're doing? What's up, Sneaker Nets? I'm out. Oh, no, I'm not. Whoa! Here's what I don't get. Well, there's a lot I don't get. We don't need to get into that. But there are people who stream as much as I'm streaming today, like every day of their lives. Do you think it's just that they're like lower energy than me? You're still not 100% well? Damn, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like I just kind of made like a monkey noise, right? You think that's the secret? Is if you're gonna stream for 9 hours every single day of your life, you can't make the monkey noise? Because that's not worth it. Oh yeah, they also take breaks, yes. Is it effectively gambling? Yeah, I don't know where I personally stand on that. What do you do here? Oh! Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. But I'm sure as far as the TOS is concerned, they're not the same thing. But you weren't asking about the TOS, of course. I assume. Hey, thanks for the follow. My hand! To me, Revolver Ocelot going, my hand in Metal Gear Solid 1 is like the best line read of all time. He just forgot he was supposed to have an accent. You're theoretically getting something of value when you open a booster pack, right? Not of monetary value, but like a value to you as a person. In practice, yeah, I don't think there's a big difference, and I think a lot of the people who are into that side of the CCG scene, like there's a lot of overlap between like pack opening video people and like people who buy cards as a financial investment, which just seems like a terrible idea to me. But you know, I'm not an investor. I don't know these things. Genuinely. Just my gut instinct is that that can't be a reasonable way to make money. That's also true. Loot boxes are definitely worse than like booster packs. I kind of assumed you meant... Oh my god, I did not mean to do that. I kind of assumed you meant like virtual booster packs. You at least get a tangible item out of it if it's like a real booster pack. How much printed cardboard is worth to you is another question, but... Why is this so hard? Oh, I see. You want to do it just hella early. I've been like watching the occasional like unboxing or like pack opening video lately because I'm looking for something else. I've been complaining about this a lot recently, but there were so many like weird CCGs when Magic the Gathering was like kind of new. Like there's a Highlander CCG, for example. It's based off the TV show, not the movie. Like it makes a little more sense. But I really want to see like YouTube coverage of those games by people who know card games, you know? And I've looked around, there's some stuff, but a lot of it is really poorly mic'd, which it's really difficult for me to watch YouTube videos with rough audio. I don't really know when I got to be this way, but I definitely did. Have I died? No, we're good. Yeah, the Middle-earth CCG, not the Lord of the Rings one. There's a Lord of the Rings CCG that I think was capitalizing on the popularity of the movies, but there was also a CCG called Middle-earth the CCG. Or the collectible card game, I should say. And I got like a starter deck of it when it was new in 1995 or 94 or whatever, very soon after Magic blew up. And I think I got like the Witch King or something. I got one of the Nazguls. And like my dad, of course, I don't know, I say of course like you guys know him. My dad I said it again, dude. My dad's a reader. So like when I got into Lord of the Rings, he was like, oh, that's cool. Cause like he had read them. I don't think he was ever like a big Tolkien fan. I think he confided in me later that he kind of like, Tolkien kind of drove him nuts. Like, oh, not another goddamn elf song, you know, that sort of thing. But the fact that I had taken an interest in, you know, books, was like something that he wanted to encourage. So I talked him into like trying to play a game of it with me, and like we couldn't figure it out. I think the like rule book might have been kind of poorly written or something. Could be, yeah. Whoa, God, this game is sick. This game sucks. Oh, that's in the background. I see now. Also, you know the wizard pondering his orb image that everyone was obsessed with for a little bit? The Middle-earth CCG used that art for Saruman, or however you pronounce it, Saruman or whatever. Saruman's name is really funny because Saru is Japanese for monkey. The monkey man. Oliver Twist. There we go. This ended up being really similar to a, like, Rocket Knight Adventures boss. Just through coincidence, I think. That would have been awesome if it was trees. What flame shield? Could have fooled me. I don't see a flame shield. Whoa. I did it. But anyway, I'm gonna be the one to do that. I'll make really good YouTube videos about the Highlander CCG and Middle-earth the CCG. And that weird Marvel one. You know the Marvel one. Called like Overpower or something. You know what I'm talking about? What was that thing called? Yeah, Overpower. There was not a Pez CCG, was there? Oh my god. Dude, he just goes. I hit him without getting hit the one time. Anime him? Yes, I do. I had a friend who was like really into anime. Before I ever gave a shit about it. I remember like going over to his house once to watch Project Echo, which he insisted was great, which I'm sure it was if you knew any of the 100 shows it was lampooning, but I didn't. So it's just sort of like disorienting and there's also like kind of a lot of nudity in Project Echo, which made me very uncomfortable because I was like, are we supposed to be watching this? Did he know what all the stuff it was parodying? Yeah, probably. Sorry about what that's doing to the music. Well, yeah, I hadn't even, like, I had actually heard of Dragon Ball. So, like, Dragon Ball got a, like, weird, like, syndicated run before, like, Z got picked up by Cartoon Network and stuff. I do, like, vaguely remember for probably a week or two, and that's it. Getting up at, like, 5 or 4:30 or something just to watch Dragon Ball. Not having any idea that, like, yeah, this is a Japanese show. Oh, ha! Yep. I knew there was a shield down there. That's why I reacted. That was celebratory. Uh-oh. I know this guy. I just fought you. Oh, doesn't the insta-shield, like, break this fight, kind of? Hey, thank you, Noman. Welcome, guys. If you caught a sub... I almost said if you caught an emote. If you caught a sub, enjoy your emotes. What am I doing? Okay. Building up a ton of speed with no idea where I'm going. Oh my gosh, dude. There we go. Why am I even going this way? Okay, apparently I was supposed to. Well, that guy's kind of a chump, huh? Damn, Digi, thank you. No, well, now I can't really complain, I guess. How are you, Digi? You did? Did the donation message say it or something? Or did you just type it above and I didn't see it? I'm kind of running on fumes now. I've been gaming pretty hard. What the hell was that? These are like propane tanks or something. Oh. It's usually difficult for me to get to bed after .day afternoons. The next day, though, I'm usually not, like, super in the mood to stream anyway. I like to do, like, a nice, like, deep clean of my apartment after these things, but I did definitely overdo it after the Metal Gear 2 stream. It was seriously, like, I did so much cleaning. And, then I just, like, felt miserable for the next, like, 3 days. Hello? Damn. What? Go. Sucker punched. Honestly, it's probably not a positive thing that I'm capable of playing video games for like so many hours straight. Do you know about the Pixel remasters? For some reason, because I knew I wasn't going to be that interested in the Pixel remasters because I'm not like a remaster person. And I already know I really like the original Final Fantasy games that they Pixel remastered. So like, I'm not their target market, right? But Final Fantasy IV is my favorite video game ever. And Final Fantasy V I like a lot as well. And so, when the Pixel remasters for FF4 and FF5 came out, I played them in their entirety in a single sitting. Those were, I think, respectively a 13-hour and 15-hour stream or something. No, it was like 11 and 15. But, like, that's definitely not a good thing, right? To be able to do that. Oh, it kills you. I was gonna say, I don't think I hit a single, like, checkpoint. I didn't. Yeah, you know, they bother me a lot, but I think most people simply don't give a shit, you know? That the battle scripting is, like, completely wrong. That includes people who, like, know that it's wrong, right? They just don't care. And, I wish I had that kind of, like, serenity, I guess. Oh, that's cool. I guess those things do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that Pixel Remaster. That's also one of the games I know the least about. But I do know how to min-max it, and like how to... Never mind, I know a lot about FF6 somehow, because I've only played it a few times. Okay. There we go. There we go, a checkpoint. Yeah, it just happened. That has happened to me before, not 20 plus hours. But I'm not in like crazy good shape like she is. I assume that's part of it, right? If I were a kickboxer. Three's battle scripting is still messed up though, Noman. Pretty badly. Which Hololive streamer am I most like? Is it just the doggo? Remember when people said doggo and pupper and shit? And sneck? Streamer, what are your thoughts on pupper culture? On doggo culture? Which one is that, Adam? That's a good idea. Streamer, what? What happened? Meows. Yeah, I remember when people said meows. Oh my god, dude. I like stretched wrong and I like pulled something in my back just now. Would it be? No. I don't know anything about her. Luna's, it's, yeah. Hey, did you know that you need to jump off of there? I was looking at chat. That's a new one on me. Whoops. He was stuck to the platform. He was going, help! Like Pauline in Donkey Kong 94. Help! Help! Hey, Tom! Fancy seeing you here. What were you streaming? Why? Because you can watch and then stream and then watch some more? Sonic died. Oh, did you do that new Sonic thing? Do you like it? I feel like I don't know anyone who doesn't like that new Sonic visual novel. Even people who don't like those, like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink visual novels, you know? Like, there was one where you could, like, romance the Colonel Sanders from the KFC. Yeah, ironic VNs, that's it. Never broke 30 lives. Hey, thanks for the follow. I am kind of running on fumes. There's a lot of similarities between this game and Rocket Knight. When did Rocket Knight come out? Konami ripped Sega off there, right? Not the other way around? get the middle guy, please? The middle guy? Oh, these guys rip Konami off? I think I finally got it. I mean, you can't blame him. I'm a fan of Rocket Knight. Woo! Sorry. sorry about the noise. You guys should be thankful you're not my neighbors. Imagine you got work Monday morning. You're trying to fall asleep. It's 11 p.m. And since like 1 p.m. you've been hearing woo! Shit like that. You know? You'd be out of your freaking mind. Oh yeah, I've never like done this fight the way that I think you're supposed to if you want to do it hitless. I just kind of hope that I can insta-shield it to death before I run out of rings. Pretty much, I play this game exclusively as, or in these really long marathons. So I have no experience with the end of Sonic and Knuckles. Like, without... what am I saying? I've never experienced the end of Sonic and Knuckles without being, like, really tired. I need the thing! He didn't give me the thing. Oh my god. I think there's a phase after this, too. Like, shoots rockets when you're on a... or lasers when you're on a platform or something. Hi! How are you? Now, no one wonders how I get myself into these situations. Oh my god, I missed the ring. But I made it in time for one missed call. Get it? Well. Hi, Sneaker Nuts. Quit saying hi. I know you guys have been here the whole time. You're just trying to distract me. No, thank you, Neo Zero. Oh my gosh. Whoa, fuck. All right, we gotta triple A this bastard. I almost said hi to everyone who just said hi. Okay, you don't want to go for more than one hit there. Noted. Okay. Downloaded. Oh, is it different for an all emerald run? Oh, do you get like extra bosses if you get all the emeralds? I need that ring. There we go. There we go. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Guys, if you're new here, I don't usually play Sonic. I like these games a lot, but I have strong memories of Sonic being like a springtime game. So I saved my, like, I should have gone back up. I wonder if I still can. Yeah, there we go. I saved my yearly Sonic the Hedgehog playthroughs. That's weird. Hang on. Do I have to, like... Okay. Do I have to, like, go back in? And then I can go up? That's so weird. Oh, well, it's just shield right there anyway. Who cares? I save them all for springtime, and I play every Sonic game that I like at once, which is all the Mega Drive ones. I did a Sonic CD for the first time this year. I've played the game before, but I mean, it's the first time doing it as part of this yearly marathon. Second time I've ever played the game. Okay. Those, like, seasonal video game associations, that sounds like an organization. I'm in this springtime Sengoku Turb association. Anyway. Okay. Those are strong. Every winter I'm like, I should play Final Fantasy Tactics, and then I'm like, nah. Oh, that's not a retracting spike trap, I see. It did not include Spinball or 3D Blast, no. I'm not very good at these games, so like, this is... I've done 1, 2, CD, and 3. I've been live for 10 hours. So it's gonna be about, I'd say, 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 minutes to beat all 5 of them. You know, granted, I took some breaks, but it's not, if I were to play like every Castlevania in a row, I wonder how many I could do in 10 hours. I smell a stream idea. It would be a lot, though. Oh. Oh. At least 7? There aren't that many Castlevanias, I guess is the problem, right? I could definitely do 1, 3, 4, Rondo, Bloodlines, in one go. Mean Bean Machine. I'm not that good at Puyo, so... About like I do at any Puyo game, I'd probably do okay on 1 credit. Oops. None of the Game Boy ones. I could do the Game Boy ones. Yeah. Oh, you do want to go this way, I think. This is where I fell, right? Before? Whew! Close. Wow, right before a checkpoint, too. It wouldn't make sense, but I wish you could Huh? Marland. Yeah, Asuka. I don't really like know how to play Tekken, but Asuka is like relatively annoying to deal with. If someone's just looking for like to like poke you all day. So when I feel like faking that I know how to play Tekken, Asuka who I play. I was in the middle of a thought and it's gone. Oh well. Sonic character size, yeah. There's a cool Sonic related thing I have to do soon. You guys know that Mario 64 mod, Super Cream 64, right? Where you play as my favorite Sonic character in my favorite Mario game. Did you know that I have a costume in that? So I have to play it. Oh, right, I have the lightning shield. I can just go nuts. That wasn't even close. Surprised that worked as well as it did. Oh, that doesn't count. I was about to pat myself on the back for that one, but I guess it has to be from below. You are a Claire. I suppose. You can bop them up with a spin dash? You don't have to do this thing at all? Oh, when they're upside down, I see. That's cool. Like this. Huh? I'm stuck. That was cool. Woo-hoo. Gotcha. I was looking at chat. I thought I had time. Oh, like this? I see. I don't want to be facing left. God, what a cool boss fight. Oh, is that the ending? I should have gotten all the Chaos Emeralds so I could have done Doomsday Zone or whatever. My mistake. I meant to do Doomsday Zone. Okay, I'll do next year. I'll definitely do all of the blue spheres then. Yeah, I'll level select to it. You don't have to get all of them though. You just have to get all the super or the Chaos Emeralds. You don't have to get the like Mega Emeralds or Hyper Emeralds or whatever the hell they're called. Right, of course, because you need to be Super Sonic. Yeah. Oh, you have to get at least one Super. I see. The Duper Emeralds. Yeah. Yeah, now time for Sonic 4. Yeah, not Rock. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the Doomsday Zone. We're not done yet, even though these are the credits. Oh. No, it's not bedtime for me. I'm gonna like watch a movie or something after this is over. I can't go straight from like 11 hours of gaming to just bed. It doesn't work. Not petty, because the last time I played this, I got all the Chaos Emeralds and one Super Emerald, and it did Doomsday Zone. Will I rank them too? Nah. Because I like them all. Yeah, I do too, Tom. Well, that was 10 hours of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, I'll rank the movie I watched later against the Sonic games. What a great video game series. These are the only ones I've beaten, Eidolon, Endymion. I've been thinking about doing Sonic Adventure, but I can't find my Dreamcast. Well, then that wouldn't be very fun. Is what I think. Yeah, I've heard that the Dreamcast version is like significantly better than like that PC one and the GameCube. Is there a GameCube one too? Which is a shame because those versions are so much easier to like get your hands on. Here we go. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Is it gonna let me yeah, it is. Alright. That's not the true last boss. So how do you... I guess I can just use my save from last year, right? Zone 14 is Doomsday Zone, right? This was supposed to be after that boss fight. I'm not very good at this boss fight, by the way. Well, I didn't need to say that out loud. I'm demonstrating it now. Alright, I caught up. I don't remember what the hell you do here. You, like, get it to hit itself with these homing missiles, right? Yeah, kind of in the head. Where did those come from? Robotnik, it would be, like, really cool if you dropped some rings for no reason. I'm hitting the buttons. Yo, give me all those rings. Well, that didn't go too well. Ha! Ah, beautiful. I need to get to rings. God damn it, no! There's a second phase. It started out fine. Oh my god, please. There we go. There we go. Fuck you too, game. That doesn't count as a game over. I actually had like so many lives. Like 20 some odd, right? Oh my god. Stop getting hit. All right, that's way better. Oh. Really? What if I need to actually collect some rings? I guess I'm good now. There we go. Now it's GG. Well, that was it. That was 10.5 hours of Sonic the Hedgehog. With a couple breaks, but the breaks weren't that long. And now I'm down here. So it wasn't that difficult, actually, adding Sonic CD to the rotation. That's a lot of Sonic. Yep, that was a lot of Sonic. Thank you for watching so much, Sonic. My bones? No, it's a water bottle. Don't worry. Yeah, it already rotates on its own, exactly. Yeah, Sonic CD I thought was a lot better than I remembered it being. I'd played the remaster of it. I think going in knowing it had like really spread out enemy placements and everything, I wasn't like disappointed. That was fun. Man. My favorite Sonic game? In all honesty, I can't pick. I like 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles equally. I might like 3 a little more than Knuckles, but I do think that the finale of this game is really strong. So I don't know. CD's good too. But I don't love it as much as I love the other 4. Have I played Mania? Yeah, it wasn't my thing. I didn't not think it was fun, but I don't know. I have the same complaint with Mania that I've heard other people voice, which is that it's got a lot of recycled stuff. And I wish they had been like, hey, just come in with your own ideas and or, you know, bring back these level concepts we like ditched, you know, for Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and stuff. I outlasted WrestleMania 39. Hey, thank you, Tengu Gemini. But it's a shame that there's so much like rehashed stuff in Sonic Mania. Like, that was my least favorite part of the game. Even though, like, they had, like, inventive enough takes on the levels, right? Like, Chemical Plant Zone had the, like, flubber, etc. I set myself up for failure with Mania, because to get ready for it, I played every 16-bit Sonic. So those games were like fresh in my mind. Like I'd played them a week or two before, and then it was like, all right, do all that stuff again. Is this the ending you get if you don't get all the Super Emeralds or whatever? Anyway, we did it. We did it. Guys, thank you for almost doubling the goal today. Oh, this is the hype up for the Knuckles story. Okay. You know. I am taken aback by your generosity. Every month when we do Dot Day afternoon, but this month in particular, I promise my financial situation is not as bad as it sounds, but nevertheless, I will, I have use for this, so thank you. Yeah, and thanks for sticking around for 10 entire hours, too. I feel like a lot of people were here basically the whole time, which is kind of nuts. So let's talk about stream plans for next week and for the month. This month, Eltriok and I are going to race to see who can beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts Deathless first. I might be setting something up with Fang. And then on Drop's channel, let me shout them out. At the end of the month, they're going to be celebrating their 2-year streamiversary. I'll be involved in that in some fashion. I don't know if we had decided exactly what I'm going to be doing, but pretty sure I have a good idea of what it is. Other than that, I am gunning for a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday schedule, and then I'll do most Fridays as well. Whether I end up doing that remains to be seen. However, I do not stream the day after these big long marathon streams, because usually I wake up and I feel like I have the energy to stream. And occasionally I've even started, and then by the end of it, I'm like, oh my God, that was a mistake. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. I do hope to stream on Tuesday. So those start at 7 p.m. Central, which I think is like 1 a.m. the next day, UTC, but it might be midnight. I don't really remember. Yeah, I'm going to watch a movie or something. Oh, thanks for sticking around for an incredibly long stream. And again, it means a lot to me. This has been kind of a scary month financially, and this is going to ease the burden quite a bit. Now, if you're still in the mood to watch video games, my good friend and former roommate, Gamma Chris, is currently playing Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Speaking of that, I'm not sure I've seen him play this before, so I wonder if he is doing that for the first time. But it looks like he's on the last fight of one of the loops anyway. Or the last level of one of the loops, which, holy shit, the last level of this game is nuts. So if you want to keep watching video games, go say hi to Chris. If you want to see me, I'll be back on Tuesday night. And I don't know what I'm playing. I might start Dragon Quest, but I'm not 100% on that. We'll see. Now then, I am going to go brush my teeth and then watch a movie. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks again. And I will see you when I see you.